Trial 4, that's where we left off. This was the depressing one. Yay.
Oh yeah, this is the one which had the, the warning in the front of it, wasn't it?
Yep. This is also the first one to have voice acting. A very interesting first trial to have the voice acting introduced.
We introduced voice acting, which is a complete pain to organize, with the most painful subject of the entire episodes. Yes.
Which makes it even more uncomfortable asking, hey, this project has this in it. You want a voice act in it? It's like, oh god. Alright, disclaimer, this trial will tackle heavy subjects, viewer discretion advised. I don't want to spoil the trial, but this is important. If the subjects of suicide and hanging bother you, you will likely hate this trial. And time does have manes hung by nooses in the subcon forest level, and suicide is brought up in the murder mystery level if you choose the victim as the culprit. But I'm taking this serious subject seriously. If you still want to play the trial despite that, but are uncomfortable with those topics, there are heavy topic skips. Skips will come before a part that involves a heavy topic, will warn you about what it is, and give the option of going past it with a mini recap so you can still follow along. You will be given the option to toggle them off for a more seamless experience if you are not bothered by such topics. Any questions? And before we record these, I go over your video on it, and I think you skipped one of these.
Really? Alright.
Yeah, because you used spoilers and went past it, so. But we'll go through that in a bit.
That's fair.
So, why not redo it? Call me a stubborn mule, but I don't want to censor my work. People are often afraid to talk about serious subjects because it can be sensitive, but it's at the point where everyone's too afraid to speak the peck up and talk about it. So I don't want to just innuendo what happened, it'd just contribute to the problem. Why these heavy... Say that again?
I agree with that statement.
Great. So, why these heavy topics? For suicide, 3 reasons. 1, Hand Time thrives on black comedy, and as mentioned earlier, touched on these, so I felt it wasn't too out there. Combined with the fact that this is a Danganronpa thing, which deals with topics like that as well. 2, it makes sense in the context of certain characters' characterizations and dilemmas, as well as the overall situation. 3, I wanted to address the topic seriously because it's serious to me for a reason. Hanging because of one reason, and its common connection to suicide. Any questions? Why'd you kill Hat Kid?
The best question of all.
And that's the one you skipped. It's not really relevant, but I guess I can go over that while I'm here. Do you care about Danganronpa spoilers? Just hit me with it. I wanted to do what Danganronpa always does wrong, but do it right. Kill someone important to show that anyone can die. DR always kills off someone advertised as super mega important. Love interest, returning character, main character, you get the idea. But they always die too early to make an impact on me. Hello, girl I just met. I will be totally sad when you die 5 minutes from now. It was mostly trying to fix what V3 did wrong. To me, that was the worst version of the problem. Hopefully my take was as good as I intended.
No, I get that. If you're gonna kill off the main character, you can't do it right at the very beginning, because then it's just a double switch on who is actually the main character.
I don't think V3 did it right, though. They did it too early. I wasn't able to be investing in Kaede at all.
Yeah, exactly. If they wanted to do it, they needed to do it about... Probably the earliest is episode 2.
I feel like the end of Chapter 3, beginning of Chapter 4 probably would have been a good point, because that would have been around the halfway point. Far in enough for us to be invested, but not too far that it winds up feeling like a slap in the face, if that makes sense.
Honestly, that could have been why they did it at episode 1 in the first place, for the initial shock value of, hey, we're killing the playable character right here, without making it so bad that you've gotten attached to them so you don't feel so bad about losing the character. They're just doing it for the shock value.
That is exactly what they're doing it, but it didn't exactly work well anyway, because they advertised Kaede to hell and back. So everyone got attached to her anyway, since she was the first female main character of a main game, and she's dead on arrival. All it wound up doing was pissing everyone off.
Yeah, no, I get that. I don't know how they advertise these things, so if they advertised her by basically saying, hey, here's the main character, enjoy, then yeah.
It's kind of a similar problem to how Metal Gear Solid 2 was advertised. Raiden was basically not in the advertising at all, whereas Snake was in just about all the advertising. So imagine people's annoyance when they got stuck with the blonde kid and not the old war veteran.
Yeah. It's really false advertising at that point a bit, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's why I keep comparing it to and why I keep saying it people off when they do that, and they need to stop doing that. Alright, moving on. Okay, good luck with the trial, and don't worry about trials 5 and 6 getting worse. This is the lowest point in the plot. It doesn't get more depressing or serious afterwards. And every bit of support you give those around you helps. So, heavy skip topics. Active or inactive? Inactive. If you've seen that before the trial to add context, you should watch them at least once. Which scene do you want to watch? Scene 1.
Wait, did you turn off the heavy topics this time?
I think I set them to an active, so they shouldn't show up.
Fair enough.
Alright.
You've been in here a lot, boss. Something on your mind?
And now I have to not worry about killing my own throat this time, unlike the 3 previous trials. Alright, so...
Well, we are imprisoned here, and that's stressing me out.
Fair. Oh.
No, we're not doing that. We will both be leaving this place alive, all right, darling? I know you want to get me out, but that's just not an option.
Even if the rules were different, like Rule 11, instead of the first killer being blackened, it was all killers?
Still not an option, darling. I don't want that on my conscience.
And that is why you're so cool.
Alright, so this scene slightly changes depending on who your Deadbird winner is. If Grooves is the one who lost the competition, you get this reaction where he does not want anyone dying. If he was the Deadbird winner, then he considers it. It's not a huge...
I've already done it before in the main game.
Yeah. Alright.
Hey, huge problem.
Now what?
Is that minion there by the entrance the entire time?
I didn't even notice the Subkin I was there. But why is the owl barging in here screaming his head off?
And this is where we can see that my lack of animation skills and ability to do a lot of things makes things look and feel a bit awkward. Especially now, since we've had CTB, where I could easily have just changed the camera view to show that they're in the room now.
Hey, this was one of your earliest projects. Give yourself credit. If anything, it just shows how much you've improved over the years.
Indeed, but even still. It can make me feel like cringing at times.
The bio lab, it just
Our earliest work always does.
Smoke
Yep.
and fire and
All right. Penguins are in the back.
Grooves.
We heard you, darling. We'll steer clear of the lab.
Thanks.
Well, I guess I should fix that.
It still disappoints me that Tree Frog, who voiced the minion, didn't come back for Trial 6. We were so close to getting through without him needing to be replaced. And... oh well. I don't even know what happened. They just got stage fright out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's one of these things that can happen.
Is he seriously heading towards the biolab?
I guess being the only minion of Snatcher here means he's also the only maintenance worker in the building.
Can you imagine being the only janitor in the building? That would suck.
Yeah, it does depend on the size of the building, but yeah.
Do you think Snatcher said there were more traitors, just to ruffle our feathers?
I hope so, darling. I hope so.
Well, good.
Remember
Yes, the bad conductor.
the bad conductor?
Drinking away.
No, I meant the Walgreth thing. You remember who the three conductors' names are?
Oh, yeah. I know one of them's Greg. Wallace?
Walter.
Walter.
Red, Greg, and Walter are the three conductors' names back in the, beta? I'm not sure if it was beta. Back in one of the older versions of Hat in Time. I tried really hard to use a lot of the old knowledge I've gleaned from the development's history to try and make an interesting subplot.
I'm not
And
gonna lie, that is an interesting subplot, the way you just combined the beta timeline and everything in, because that just kind of shows, like, the different timelines of what could have been, and it's just fun plot points when you're making these sorts of projects.
yeah. I was hoping that maybe it would inspire people to look into old Hat stuff and maybe give them some ideas of stuff to do for their own mod levels. But I'm not sure if it actually worked. Right, either way.
Hey, the biolab exploded. Steer clear of it, okay? Oh boy, you look horrible. Nice to see you too, Peckneck.
Okay, I just remembered I sent you a joke about half a week ago, and I don't know if you saw it.
Which one?
For the next project that I'm making, which I'm still deciding on the name for,
Was it the pink blood one, or?
no, conductor saying the phrase, "Don't stick your pecker in crazy." Did you see that one?
No, I don't see that one here.
I definitely sent that one. It's in there somewhere.
I want to point out to the people listening, this man sends me these jokes all the time, and they're always just as unhinged as ever.
At least you can dress up. What can I do? I'm already wearing my two sexiest belts.
Try harder, Tally.
Duffman is proud to declare you our ultimate eating champion! Oh yeah!
You're the coach! Why don't you show me how it's done? Put your money where your big fat mouth is!
I mean, conductor says the word peck all the time.
I see it here now. You need to workshop a good situation to use it in. Let me point out Ruki's writing style for everyone right now. Ruki comes up with the joke, and then he comes up with the situation in which he can use the joke.
Kind of. Yeah. There's already plenty of times where the situation works for the joke, but sometimes I have to just try and workshop a cutaway gag or a line to make the situation happen. Like, sometimes you just can't make the pink blood joke work if there's no pink blood on screen to make the joke happen. Sometimes you have to make a line go into that direction, so that way we can have the cutaway gag that leads into it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that. You still always try to make the joke. You still tend to come up with the joke first, though.
Yeah. I have a lot of free time cleaning things as a janitor at the school. So, there's a lot of free time to think about these things. Helps the day go by quicker when you're coming up with stupid jokes. Unfortunately, it's hard to find anyone to listen to them. Also, did you see the Extreme Sports Granny joke I wound up posting?
What, you mean with the one with the Ski Kids one?
Yes. With the Steam pop-up. You didn't react to that one, so I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah. No, I see it. God.
I'm guessing that was the first time you saw it. Now I at least have audio footage of you first seeing it.
How many times have I don't know. I somehow want a counter of how many times I have ever said, God Rookie.
It feels like that's more of a compliment at this point than anything else. And I feel like that's not supposed to be a compliment.
Given how many times I've said it. It's probably it is probably a compliment though, honestly.
It's like, damn, it's funny, I have to laugh at this. Granny is disappointed.
And I love how we're laughing and having all these jokes while poor conductor's having a midlife crisis. Sorry, an existential crisis.
Right, we're completely sidetracked by something that has almost nothing to do with this just because I got distracted by something slightly relevant. Which is pretty appropriate considering that's how my writing style tends to go.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
joke first, story second.
Gotta admit that this does lead to some pretty interesting moments. Either way.
Cult of...
The cult of the thing that shall not be named because I'm still relapsing.
I'm gonna ask you again. I don't know anything about you freezing to death in my timeline. We've been over this, and I know you're full of crap. Aren't the sedatives helping you sleep at all? I can't keep taking pills every 20 minutes. That's not how that should work. Normally a nightmare wouldn't bug me, but something feels wrong, and it keeps getting worse. It means something, but it's just your gut saying that. I've barely slept in weeks. Look at me and tell me honestly that I'm fine. I wish I could help. Fine, get out of here and warn people about your fancy lab. I don't want you here.
Alright, so for context as to what that was about with Conductor, in the alpha and beta of the game, there were several statues around Vanessa's manor. In the final version of the game, most of those statues are cut characters and enemies that were frozen statues. In beta and alpha, some of them were other characters and enemies you would have seen throughout the game, including the conductors. There were 2 different conductor statues in the building back in beta and alpha. And if I remember correctly, in alpha, Vanessa didn't freeze people, she turned them to stone.
I get the feeling that those freezing statues were actually there in the main game because of the fact they didn't use the other conductors in the end. There's like a slight nod to them. I can't remember.
I don't remember there being any conductor statues in the main game one. I think I heard you correctly. Say it again.
Maybe I'm wrong then. I just remember reading somewhere that they were there as a slight nod to what happened in the original beta or something.
Nah, I don't remember that. Interestingly, there was, in a similar note, you know those paintings of Subcon Forest that you used to get rid of the fire spirits?
Yeah.
Conductor was on one of those paintings, but I don't think that painting is there anymore.
Huh.
I think the Conductor was just a generic species like everyone else at one point. Until eventually they got a role upgrade. Similar to how Snatcher got a role upgrade.
Fair enough then.
Scene 3.
Alright, we're almost ready for lunch. Cooking hot, omelet's supposed to be breakfast food. Is it for a special occasion? Well, no, but I figured why not? Everyone's been really down lately, so I wanted to try and spice things up in a small way.
Morale booster? Well, you're not gonna complain.
Alright, there's eggs in the fridge already, but I feel like we should have another plate of those Alpine eggs. You know? Is that safe? They're kind of explosive. It's safe if you know how to prepare it properly.
Even then, it's not gonna be a fatal wound on its own.
I'll be right back, okay? They're up a few floors, so I might be a bit. Oh, I can't wait. Can we discuss what Snatcher said a week or so ago? That still bugs me.
You're certain he said that to get under everyone's skin and make them paranoid. Nobody that smart would willingly side with him. Okay, maybe if contracts are involved. Now that you think about it, that's probably the case.
Do you guys really think that's true? That someone here might backstab us? I don't really want to believe that, but...
About half the planet backstabbed you already. That's nothing new.
Oh,
Thinking on it, the skyline was the only place you can think of where the locals were all super friendly with you. Must be nice and kind of boring, living far away from that betrayal and conflict. Yeah, the skyline is like the only place in Hatton Time where the atmosphere is actually chill. Mafia Town is not chill. The Conductor and Grooves are not chill. Subcon Forest is on Earth, basically. The Metro...
And then you got the Metro, which is a crime syndicate, and then you've got Mustache Girls level, which is like, that's definitely not chill.
Well, yeah, it's covered in lava. It's the opposite of chill.
If anything, the only non-chill thing about the skyline were technically the giant moose people who bashed you out the way. And I swear there was like they got hostile at one point.
They went hostile because of the pink plants, which actually comes up in this level, in this trial. Yeah. The pink plants are the only reason they went hostile. And even then, they weren't even actively trying to attack you. They only just shove you out of the way if you get in their way. It's not like they're actively trying to hurt you or anything. You know?
I thought they did damage while the plants were active.
While the plants are active, but when the plants aren't active and aren't making them crazy, they're fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so, and then we have the Arctic Cruise level, which is the only one we didn't mention in that discussion, and that wound up crashing. It's like, the only chill level with people who aren't axe crazy is the skyline.
True. To be fair, that level was kinda... It wasn't chill because of the events, but all the people were chill. Sure, the entire place was run by incompetent idiots, but the place was chill.
It was chill up until the finale, but also the act only had that level only had 3 acts, so
Yeah.
you gotta take what you get, I guess. This is why I kind of treat the Alpine Villager in this series the way that I do, because they're from the only level that operates with the tone it has, while also not being short and crazy in the way that the Arctic Cruise wound up being. Because aside from the skyline and the Arctic Cruise, everywhere else is nuts.
Well, there is the lazy paw game.
True.
I don't get it though. Why do we have to fight in the first place? Can't we all just, I don't know, agree to disagree? Avoid conflict? Something less violent?
Oh, so naive.
You think about a Mafia saying you once heard. You don't remember the exact wording, but peace is boring and conflict is interesting was the basic idea. That is unfortunately quite true. A lot of people just find peace to be so boring that they have to cause problems if nothing is happening.
To be fair, I think that's just human nature for we need something to entertain our minds.
Yay, boredom.
We are a species that needs constant enrichment and something happening, generally.
Yay. Problems. How amazing.
It'd be quite entertaining to meet some sort of species out there in the universe which is like all about just being able to just sit still, chill for the longest time, you know, and do nothing. Like an entire species of, I suppose, Shaolin monks.
That would certainly be an interesting alien concept. And I'd like to see something like that in sci-fi land, but I doubt we're going to see anything like that because of how humans are. We as humans have trouble imagining things that we are not accustomed to.
It's kind of like that for any sort of species. You always think, whenever we think of species, we kind of think about this, then this, what causes this. It's quite hard to kind of just think of something completely out there entirely.
I feel like my brain has gone completely out there on a number of occasions, but I don't think that's quite the same discussion topic.
Yeah. It's kind of hard to think of a complete... Oh, sorry.
Isn't the book. I don't like feeling sad or scared.
You were saying?
It's kind of hard to think of a completely, utterly different species and culture.
Yeah,
I suppose to say, because all cultures, while are different, do have similarities.
Yeah.
Honestly, what I always find fun when thinking about like how cultures develop among species is looking at the biological aspects of those species and how that would logically affect their culture.
Yeah. It leads to some very interesting results when it comes to sci-fi and fantasy, which is probably why I find those to be the most interesting genres.
Actually, when it comes to sci-fi, you can take it even a step further by saying, okay, here's the planet, here's the conditions of the planet, what traits would a species need to evolve on that planet? Okay, then how does that species use those traits culturally?
Yeah.
And then you can even do a 160, a 180 on it, and then just say, how does it take those traits and flip them to make a completely different culture? Because honestly, that tends to be the problem with a lot of sci-fi species. Even on Earth, currently, it's a case of each different country has its own culture. So logically, each different planet would have its own culture. And each different nation on a planet could have its own culture.
Yeah, the way that sci-fi treats alien species and planets is like the planet itself and the species itself has its own culture, but it doesn't have subcultures amidst those species and planets. It's just one big culture to encompass the entire planet. It's like, Earth is not treated the same way because we have a million different cultures on our planets, but when it comes to sci-fi, it's like, well, all I know about the Turians is that they're militaristic, but what if not all Turian nations are like that?
Militaristic, it's actually a little easier to do because it's a case of if in the history someone actually managed to take over the world and maintain that militaristic regime, you could say every culture is innately militaristic. Sure, you would then have subcultures of in what degree they are militaristic, but overall, everyone would be militaristic.
I mean, that's kind of the same for humans, if you have to make that argument. Because how many times have countries on our planet gone to war?
Innumerable.
Exactly. So, the human race is just innately murder hobo-ish. What? So, I don't... You get what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. But I think when it comes to sci-fi and whatnot and trying to make those subcultures, we also have to remember it's a lot to ask for.
It is indeed a lot to ask for.
Because if you take into account of, like, how many cultures there are on Earth, such as, okay, first if we take every single country as its own culture, that is about 300 right there. Then if every single country is split into subcultures within that culture, so that we'll just roughly say maybe 10 for each one, that even though it's going to be significantly higher than that, we're lowballing it. That's 3,000 distinct different cultures you need to come up with right there. Sure, you have like the basic country, or I suppose you could even net them up like you got 8 continents, which then split into the numerous countries, which then divide further into the counties, which then divide even further into the villages. And then that's just like so many different cultures. Sure, it all kind of originates from the same big overall arc, but they've divided so many times that they would have so many distinct different values and everything that they just appear completely distinct and different.
Yeah. And that can be a lot to ask for, but at the same time, one of the main problems that comes packaged with sci-fi and fantasy races is the fact that a lot of them wind up being treated like monoliths, where all people that are of a specific race are exactly the same. It's one of those things where you kind of have to try and do your best.
Honestly, that's one of the fun things I find about Dungeons & Dragons, because you got players that can then just take, hey, this species is like this, well, how about I say that?
Kind of like when I made Octavian.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things to do with characters like that, is to see this is how they would turn out in this setting, and also that's not how they are because rebellious or something. You get what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing to remember is that stereotypes exist for a reason, which basically goes to show that while everyone is their individual person, a lot of the stereotypes, people within the stereotypes, would actually play into the stereotype, because the stereotype exists for a reason.
I get that, but I do get tired of hearing some of those stereotypes.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So you're perfectly fine. If anything, it's a case of if you're going to do that, a way to make these fantasy species and sci-fi species distinct, I suppose, is come up with the stereotype and then like come up with like 10 points of what the stereotype is. And then if you want to make like a random NPC, so not like a proper named character, but like a random passing one, you can then just but make them like interesting and a bit distinct. You just pick 2 points on that list of 10 and change those up. And that alone gives you a more distinct character from, hey, this is a bit different from the regular norm, making them more of their own character. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked again.
We are getting very sidetracked.
Which we do a lot.
Your audience is along for the ride, right? I mean, let's be real, I don't have an audience.
Hey, we'd better hope everyone is in the audience. Hey, if they're watching this is kind of like a dev diary in a sense, so they love listening to, like, what goes on in the background behind all the nonsense anyway, so...
Yay, the background noise that happens behind all of the jokes of who shall not be named.
Background noises, woo!
I'm tired, let's move on.
Oh, that drama should stay in fiction where it belongs.
They seem bothered now because reality is harsh.
Calcite City used to be so much better. Mafia Town used to be called the City of Calcite and Adventure before everything completely fell apart. It doesn't really roll off the tongue very well, does it? I just shortened it to Calcite City now.
What the heck is calcite?
Oh, it's the white rock used for most of the city's architecture. Bridges, buildings, roads. Any white rock in the city used to build it was calcite.
Editor's note, the City of Calcite and Adventure was Mafia Town's name in extremely early development stages.
I'm the only one in town standing up to the Mafia after they overthrew it.
That doesn't really excuse all of the murder, though.
Sometimes when peace doesn't work and things need to change, you're willing to live with it. That scum destroyed my hometown. I tried being nice with them, and I got punched down for it. Now it's my goal to remove them from this planet. Immediately.
Isn't that a little extreme? There are way worse mobsters out there.
Please tell me you're joking about that.
You wish you were. Yay for the Metro.
I think we got sidetracked from the topic. Who do we think that other trader is, besides that freak?
That's a relevant sentence. I think we got sidetracked.
Stop being meta! Stop being meta, mustache girl.
I still have no idea where the Penelope thing you call her came from.
I don't either.
I'm still so used to you calling her that it feels weird when you call her Mustache Girl.
I swear, I remember looking up on a wiki one time, before when I probably shouldn't have been looking at the wiki for these sorts of things, that I remember seeing her name was Penelope. And I don't know why. And then I think, maybe it's just because the voice actor was called Penelope. But I don't actually think her voice actor's called Penelope either.
I don't remember who voiced her. I don't think it was Afia. I think Afia is the one who voiced Hat Kid. Let me look that one up.
Her name is Aline Montgomery.
Okay, that sounds right. And I'm pretty sure she also voiced Vanessa.
Yeah, she is. And it's just like, I don't know where Penelope came from. I just don't know where Penelope came from anymore. But I'm just sticking with it. She is Penelope, and I don't care what it says.
Alright, before we sidetrack to Bentley. You're not really sure of who to suspect, since none of them seem likely to join Snatcher.
Well, that figures.
You kind of miss Hat Kid.
That trial was rigged. I should have voted for Snatcher's minion over her. There was too much happening in such a short time. Don't blame yourself.
Why was the sub guy trying so hard to keep everyone separate lately?
I think he stopped doing it a couple days ago. I kinda feel really bad for him. Don't. He's trying to keep this game going.
You can kind of see when the characters swap portraits that the thickness of their outlines get bigger or smaller depending on which one it is.
Hmm.
He seems so
It's a nice little thing.
though.
Not really. It just shows that the art design was not consistent at this point.
Don't let your guard down. He's probably planning something.
You don't really have any great conversation topics in mind.
Anyone got a deck of cards?
Several minutes later, near the end of an intense game of Old Maid.
Alright, pick a
Yeah.
Who the heck is the ballerina? Come on, you're so close to winning. Mustache Girl picks one of Nomad's cards, then lays down a pair of Baker's last of her cards. Dang it!
That took so much longer than I thought it would.
I've not played Old Maid in forever.
Alright, my turn to.
Boken has only one card left.
Aww.
He picks her last card and lays down the ballerina pair and is stuck with the Old Maid. Yay, the Nomad is the Old Maid.
Rip.
Maybe they can be Mrs. White when they play Clue next. So I recently got the Steam version of Clue. It's like, and when I played through, it's like, who the heck is Dr. Orchid? Where's Mrs. White? Apparently,
They changed the characters or something.
apparently. It's like, who the heck is Dr. Orchid? It's like, okay, I'm gonna have to look up some stuff, because I don't know who some of these other characters are. Either way. Well, at least you got second, you guess.
Well, that killed some time.
The match lasted a good 10 minutes.
Shouldn't she have gotten back by now?
I completely forgot about Cooking Cat.
Ah!
We should check on her. Yeah.
I'll get up to head for the biolab, but the run says Science Owl.
Oh! Sorry about that. Hey, you're usually in the biolab, right?
Yeah, but I wouldn't go in there right now.
Why is that?
Well, it blew up while I was in it. I've been running around trying to tell everyone to steer clear of it.
Did you see Cooking Cat yet?
No, she's the only one I need to tell since everyone else knows now. You're gonna tell me she went to the biolab, aren't you?
They all rush to the biolab.
What happened here?
The door wasn't damaged before, just the back of the lab. What happened?
I'm going in first. Wait here a second.
We should go in one at a time in case it really is a murder.
You can't disagree with that.
Oh, it's so much easier when the people involved in the game are intelligent.
Hey, I don't want to write dumb people. Dumb people are annoying. Seriously, dumb people annoy the hell out of me. Can we please have smart people in the immediate vicinity? I deal with dumb people all the time. I mean, I'm a janitor at a high school. Of course I'm surrounded by dumb people. You know how annoying kids can be.
So anyway.
That awkward silence, but I'm sticking with my guns on that one. I have seen so many teenagers that just like to annoy the out of me on purpose.
Yeah. Oh, they're kids. It's what they do.
Yeah, I know. Even still. I wish they'd just kind of, like, take a hint that I'm not interested in talking. But, whatever. Alright, she went in first. Door open, blah blah blah. Well, I was on the outside, I only half expected. I had a bad feeling she was dead, but him? I didn't expect him to be here too. Why was he here, hanging from a noose above? You didn't try to. Strangled? I hate both options. I hate this feeling. I feel like I should specify this is the nomad speaking in his brain.
Yeah.
A body has been discovered in the biolab. Do I really want to go in that lab?
You better look for clues ASAP. The trial will be ready before long. Yeah, sometimes when people play these mods, they have no idea who's talking at any given moment. And they just kind of guess.
No, I get it. It makes sense.
There's a few scenes out there. Oh wait, we already saw that. Okay, so this was one of those things where it's like, I'm going to be polite and tell you how to turn these off, but also, if you don't have the voices on, personally, I am judging you. It's a case of...
We put a lot of effort into these voices.
Exactly. And it was a pain in the ass for me to get everything in order. Like, I don't know. I don't remember if I ever said exactly how painful it was trying to get the voice acting situation for Chapter 4 figured out, but it was extremely painful. This was the first time I had to try and do it, and because I relied on someone else to do it for me, I don't remember who. I think they went by Crash. They were the one that I had asked to help me because they are the one that convinced me to go forward with having voice acting in the project in the first place. I relied on them to get the roles figured out while I worked on the project, and I worked on the project, Chapter 4 was basically done, and we had no voice actors. So the trial was done and I couldn't release it, and I wanted to release it, but I had to do the voice acting situation first. And then I was rushing around for months trying to get that figured out just so I could release the stupid mod that was already done. And no one wanted to do anything, and they took forever to get their lines in, and I couldn't find anybody, and it's like, oh my god. It just sucked. I'm already bad at social situations, but that was like months worth of anxiety, just hoping and praying that the entire thing didn't fall apart and I'd have to disappoint all my voice actors just because I can't get this stupid crap to work.
It's what you get for not approaching me in the first place.
I didn't know you wanted to voice act in the stupid thing in the first place. This was my first time starting. Of course I didn't know what the I was doing.
I'm pretty sure one of my first reactions the moment I learned there was voice acting was pretty much, there's voice acting now? Oh, that's awesome! But why didn't you talk to me? I could have done something, wasn't it? Or something like that.
Yes, the minute Grooves opened his mouth, you said, you added voice acting and didn't contact me? Ah. Yes, I distinctly remember that. And it's like, I didn't know you were interested in voice acting. And even then, knowing you might have still taken forever to get your lines in.
Ah, there was a difference. There's a difference then than there is now.
Either way. So yeah, the Trial 4's voice acting situation was painful. And I don't want to go through that again, which is why I'm worried about the current project, because I'm struggling to find people to voice act the girls.
Yeah, I get that.
Like, I don't even want to voice 2 of the characters I gave myself. It's just a case of I don't actually trust anyone to take the stupid roles. So I need to make sure someone does it.
You seem to have always had a difficulty finding the women to be able to voice act, haven't you?
For some reason, that problem didn't happen with Trial Another Episode, because that got me a lot of girl voice actors. But aside from that, whatever, moving on. I didn't catch what you said, what?
Did you manage to contact any of them from that one?
For the new project?
Indeed.
Yes, I asked everyone if they wanted to voice act in the new project. Only some of them came back.
Oh, fair enough.
Please stop doing the girl voice. You're doing the girl voice in this situation where I'm already riled up? Kinda patronizing. Please stop.
Okay, sorry.
Right. Another trial. Let's see how it goes. Maybe I'm making an assumption, but you've heard of blah blah blah. Actually, if you haven't yet, you probably should start with the previous trials, because there's like 7 casualties in the first 3 trials and some important plot points. You probably prefer to play spoiler-free, right? I can't stop you, but you've been warned. Yeah, it's like, have you heard of Danganronpa? I played through the first 3 trials. It's like, dude, if you're this far in and you haven't played those trials yet, you should probably stop what you're doing right now, go back and play them all.
Yeah, it's called, like, this is called Trial 4, so there's clearly 3, 2, 1. I mean, this isn't Star Wars, where we're starting with episode 4, after all.
This is not SpongeBob, where you can do things out of order. This is not SpongeBob, where you can watch episode 5, and then 2, and then 17, and everything will be fine. This is more like Avatar, where you have to watch things from start to finish, or it doesn't work quite right. Also, why did Star Wars do that, with starting with episode 4, 5, and 6, and then 1, 2, and 3, and then 7, 8, 9? Why did
First, 7, 8, 9 were not originally planned by George Lucas. Second, he started with episode 4 because he didn't believe the technology at the current time was advanced enough to be able to do to emphasize the sci-fi needed for episode 1, 2, and 3, which is why he started with 4.
I see.
More nerd facts of the day with Parafox, because he knows too much.
We haven't even started the trial yet. We're like a half hour in, I think, and we haven't even started the trial yet.
You say that like that's anything strange for us.
Even still. Alright, 2 bodies were discovered, which usually doesn't happen outside Trial 3. Here's how the incident played out as far as we know. Couldn't get in the menu, we're from the 4th floor biolab area. Mustache Girl and Nomad aren't handling it well. Lab was fogged up with pink. There's also Hackett's Adventures outside of court, which I recommend you look at since it's part of the plot, but is optional in case you already saw it. Also, there's cool new art. Want to see what she's up to? Yes. And now we're going to the Metro with Bokit on the magazines to prove I wasn't making that up. You definitely questioned this when this first came into view.
Yeah, no, I know.
I think most everybody questioned this when it first came up.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah.
And you want to know what the reason as to why I did this in the first place was?
Why?
I was effing bored. A lot of my decisions, especially with Trigger Hatty Havoc, I was bored.
Wait, so the entire B plot is about because you got fed up waiting for people, so you just decided, you know what, I'm bored, I'm just going to make more work for myself by making another plot while I'm waiting for voice actors, and thus give me more need to find more voice actors?
Interesting story. No, that's not what happened. The B plot was already here.
Oh, okay.
If that was the case, then Backer A and Backer B would not have been needed as voice actors by that point, because I wouldn't have introduced to them. Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, no, the reason I made the sprites look like this was because I was tired of making the sprites have to look like the Hat in Time characters just straight out, and I wanted something else to do, so I basically did trace jobs of sprites from Fire Emblem Fates and Awakening with the Hat in Time characters as, I don't know how to describe it. It would be easier to show it. Hold on. I know I have this in here somewhere. Give me a second to find it. Pasting the picture now. basically, I wound up doing this, where I used characters from one thing and characters from another thing. Oh, right, I didn't paste that. I should probably paste that alongside of it as the photo reference.
I mean, it's a decent way to do it.
Yeah, there we go. So, trying to apply these physical traits and characteristics onto these sprites to try and make something that looks new and interesting. To me, it was more than just a boring ass job. It was actually trying to make this look good. Well,
No, I get.
because that was one of the main things as to why I went forward with it, was to give myself some sort of challenge to be interesting, because ultimately doing what I was doing was boring me. Where I was just doing flat trace jobs. Like, the picture I showed you of Elise earlier is basically a flat trace job. That's boring.
It definitely, you've definitely got some of the characters definitely good. I'm not sure about, I think it's 4.
Some of the characters don't look right, or have proportions that they probably should. That's on me, though, for, doing that.
I mean, the only one that looks maybe a little off to me would be the robot, but that's it.
I mean, I just closed that Inkscape picture. Do I need to pull up Mustache Girl?
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, because that'll take forever. We'll see her in Chapter 6. Metro surprisingly stable. You expected random freezing, all things considered. Okay, that line. I don't know if you've ever experienced this, but when I played through the Metro before, back when it first came out, the game kept freezing all the time.
No, I think it was fine for me.
Well, you have a super duper high-end computer, whereas I had a dinky laptop at the time. I think my current laptop could probably handle it without freezing all the time. But at the time, when I first played it, the game kept freezing over and over again. It was really annoying.
Excuse you, I had a super dinky high-end computer.
Well, you're getting a new one soon, so...
Yeah, and it's going to be just as super high-end, so...
Okay, moving on.
I don't think I've ever been here before.
You were here before to pick up your Roomby. The Roomby factory isn't far from here. Okay, the reason for that line. The purple rift of the Metro is the Roomby factory. It doesn't have anything to do with the Metro. So the question is, why is there a pink rift for the Roomby factory in the Metro? It must be close by, since all the purple rifts are related to the immediate area.
Were they?
Well, yeah. The purple rift that came up in Mafia Town was related to the Mafia. The purple rift that came up in Deadbird Studios was about Grooves and Conductor. The one in Subcom Forest was about Subcom Forest and Vanessa and Snatcher. The Alpine Skyline one was about the Goats and the Nomads, etc.
Fair enough.
So it's like, yay, let's just make up some lore here because of consistency and patterns.
There was a Roomby factory here at one point.
You're not sure if it's still active after the recall and self-destructing problems occurred. Looks like your little robot was one of the lucky ones, but it was definitely nearby considering the purple rift was in the Metro. Yeah, if I remember correctly, the Roombies in that purple rift had a habit of blowing up.
Well, you learn something new every day. How did you even find this place? It's so far underground, you can't even see it on a map.
Your telescope pointed to it. Guess you got lucky, even if it took a while to find. Considering it was DLC.
Is this place cut off from the outside world or something? I have never found it.
It's definitely not. Some of the ads are of Alpine Skyline and of your movies. There's also the cat spoiling Cooking Cat's show.
You said Cooking Cat was in the killing game, right? Oh, I hope she'll be okay.
I finally caught up with you guys.
If I remember correctly, this was when everyone started questioning exactly what's the point of being worried about the killing game is if characters who die in it don't wind up actually dying. And I felt like I had to try over and over and over again to explain exactly what
they don't know.
What?
That the characters themselves don't know.
Not just that, but there are consequences for dying. It's just that the way that dying works is in a way that is considered convoluted, and they don't get what I'm trying to actually say. So, basically, last chapter, it was established that Timmy dealt with the time distortions at Mafia Town, the Arctic area, and the Alpine Skyline. So any character that would have been associated with those areas would not have been affected. Cooking Cat is associated with Mafia Town, so when she died, nothing happened to her. By comparison, later we're gonna see the Mafia boss. He came back with his old body because he was affected because he died before Mafia Town was dealt with.
Which technically ends up being a positive for him.
Yes. But I was trying to explain this plot point over and over and over, and no one was getting it. It actually made me mad. Just how much no one was getting it. Especially since I was trying so hard to explain it. Moving on.
Wait, I thought she was in the killing game.
Yeah, about that. I kinda died. No idea. I passed out from smoke and came to in Mafia Town.
Yeah, he's got a point. How did you find us?
Did Timmy say anything?
You're fascinated by how chill Cooking Cat is about this entire situation.
Well, I was freaked out at first, but I got over it. I mean, dying and reviving is pretty normal. I was really worried I might not come back because of that weird wherever we were just at. But I guess I was worried for no reason.
That doesn't explain how you found us, though.
All I had to do was break into the ship, and the Mafia and the mailroom sent me on my way.
We should consider security upgrades.
That's fine. Oh wait, that's how much this girl stole your fuel to kill us all with. Maybe it's not a bad idea after all.
Hey, so, you know about the Metro? Well, it's the biggest spot for food vendors on the planet. I'd hate to miss out on so much great food. I just wish the Metro was advertised a bit better. I saw a newspaper once that said the conductor's train was the only one in the world. But clearly that's not the case.
Well, it kind of has crime syndicate problems, so maybe it's hidden from the rest of the world because of all the shady things happening.
So does Mafia Town. While I'm on the subject, how did the boss of Mafia get his old body back?
Oh, Mafia Town wasn't cleared by Timmy until after he died, so he must have gotten rewritten. But which version are we dealing with?
I'm not sure I followed. Either way, he set sail around the time I got into Mafia Town.
Cooking Cat doesn't seem to know what the hell's going on either, even after I tried explaining it. Great. Why do you feel like everything is about to fall apart for all the wrong reasons?
I'm not sure how that would go.
Translation?
Yakuza or Mafia, who would win?
Yakuza. They're serious, swift, and lethal. Mafia are just jerks.
It's best to stay clear from the accuser if possible. If you get on their bad side,
Touch that little girl. I don't want her getting away this time.
they'll try to kill us.
I like Timmy's facial expression.
Timmy's just like, I've had enough of this.
I always like having facial expressions on some of the characters that just look so ridiculous and out of place. Just because it winds up being funny.
Yeah, it always does.
Anyways, isn't it?
Can't get much more conclusive than this.
I don't want her getting away this time.
Now, remember when I said that the voice acting situation was kind of a pain?
Yeah.
So, Tree Frog also voiced Empress. And while I appreciate them doing their best, it's very clear that they're a dude. But, it is what it is.
You know, I don't usually approve of another group of criminals trying to muscle in on my territory.
I have no interest in stealing your territory. I'm after the little girl and her timepieces.
Timepieces? And would those happen to look like hourglasses?
Do not pretend to be dumb. Everyone in the world knows what those are.
Perplexing. But we both have the same target, it seems, so I think we can make an arrangement.
We will agree to both get rid of the key. We will both get our vengeance.
If you ask me, I don't remember who voiced the Mafia Boss, but he goes a bit slow. Mafia Boss's voice clips are just kind of a little slow to me.
It is a bit slow.
Now that it's been years and no one cares anymore, I feel like I can be a bit more open with my criticisms. Because before I didn't want to scare anyone away from helping me, but now it doesn't matter anymore. So... you get what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
Contrived but effective, Moto. She'll have to get to the elevator if she plans on escaping. We'll block it off so that she can't escape.
I will be very irritated if this goes wrong.
Wouldn't hurt to have a backup plan since she invaded the entire metro last time.
Is everyone around here part of the Nakusa?
It seems that way.
This is nuts! How are we supposed to escape from an angry mob on the scale of a city?
Oh, I wish I could animate better. Oh well.
I mean, you can now.
I can now. Somewhat. A little. Whatever.
Yeah, but where are we going to get backup from?
And suddenly... that.
Ambush!
Wait, hold on. We're not Yakuza.
Yeah, you don't even have those weird face mask things.
So, this hallway area that we're seeing right here, do you see that little window at the top left with the yellow ring?
Yeah.
This is taken directly from the part of the metro level where you actually find the backers. That's why I picked this location, that's why they're here.
Fair enough.
Are these guys trustworthy? If I remember correctly, you called one of them White Mage, and I don't remember what you called the other one. I don't know if you called them Slender Man or not.
I mean, one of them is a white mage, so... From the appearance, at least. Yeah, I don't remember what I called the masked one either.
Itself.
Editor's note, these two are actually backers A and B. They have in-game models found in the Metro level behind some windows. The area the group meets them in here is the same as where they are in the Metro. Despite their unique models, they aren't important plot characters. They were just characters made by Kickstarter backers that donated $1,000 or more.
Well, a lot of people...
Credit to him.
And we contributed so many different things. I can't wait to take a cruise vacation on that SS literally can't sink.
They'll be in for a world of disappointment, partially because the ship has sank, partially because the ship level kind of sucked.
Well, your help is appreciated, but You'll be in the line of fire if you're trying to help us.
Okay, the Arctic cruise didn't suck, it's just that I didn't really like how short it was.
Yeah, it really did feel a bit short. I mean, it was a lot more, I suppose, open-worldy, but...
Another part of it is I just hate the way that they laid out the ship, because the way that the ship layout is, getting from point A to point B in it is just so obtuse and inconvenient. Like, the paths you have to take to get from one area to the next is actually kind of incredibly awkward. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And because of the fact that you have the time mission where you have to go all over the ship as fast as possible to deliver random items and people and everything to where they need to be, that wound up being really annoying. I like the Arctic cruise in concept, but let's just say that the ship shape mission where you run around throwing random objects where they need to be was done better by the mod creators. Just because the map layout of the other... Just because the map layout in the mods is better than in the actual Arctic cruise.
Don't think I've played a mod version of it.
One of the ones that I played was... I don't remember what it was. It was a garden-based one. I wound up enjoying that one a lot more. Another one also used the conductor's train as the layout, and that was also a lot easier and more enjoyable, simply because the conductor's train is nowhere near as much of a pain in the butt to actually traverse.
Fair enough.
So yeah, I never really cared for the Arctic cruise. We also have to keep in mind, the Arctic cruise came packaged with Death Wish. And we all know how I feel about that.
Yeah. Fair.
Did you ever finish Death Wish, by the way?
Not a chance. Not a chance. I somewhat enjoy. I somewhat like myself.
How fortunate for you, because I went through it as much as I could. To be honest, I went through and got about 70 of the stamps before it's like, F this, I'm using mods.
Honestly, for me, it was a case of, some of them, it was a case of, I really just wanted to do all the challenges in one go, rather than, doing them one at a time like a sensible person. Which is, ironically, why the only boss I never defeated was the Mafia boss.
I mean, his wound up being, like, use the one-hit hero badge against him. It's like, why do you guys keep spamming that as a sub-goal?
I didn't even know that was a badge.
I mean, you have to use it in order for the Mafia boss's sub-goal, so there's that.
Oh, maybe I did have it equipped then. Yeah. Either way, the main thing I remember about that boss is that after a first few attempts, I kind of just realized, because this is 2D, I only literally need one hand to play it. Because it was a case of, you gotta hit every time he's vulnerable. Okay, the only way to do that is with what do you call it?
Time stop?
Alchemist hat. No, the Alchemist hat.
Oh.
His ranged attack.
I pretty much have to use time stop all the time just to slow him down and the projectiles enough to actually do anything.
No, I did it I was doing it entirely with the Alchemist hat and just dodging everything in the end. I think I got quite close to defeating him, but I never did it. After, 7 hours of recordings, I never actually managed to defeat him.
That's another thing. The boss fights of Death Wish sucked, except for maybe the Grooves and Conductor one, because their health bars are so big, and the fights drag on and on and on. It's like, oh my god, can we move on now? With the Mafia boss, Mustache Girl, and Snatcher, their health bars were increased, and their attack patterns were made more aggressive. But that's exactly what makes them so annoying to deal with, is the fact that their health bars are too big for the amount of moves that they have available to them. Mustache Girl, for example, has that stupid shield of hers that she likes to spam. So once you take it down, she's gonna just throw it back up again immediately afterwards. And that's annoying, because that means sometimes you don't even get one hit in at the one point you have an opportunity to do so. That's annoying.
I think I remember that one, actually. And it was a case of, for Penelope's fight, I think I remember literally showing in the video how long the recording took, and I defeated the Death Wish version of Penelope in, I think, 3 minutes.
You must have gotten lucky then, because I was not lucky. She kept shield spamming. Every time I took her shield down, she'd pull it back up again immediately afterwards before I could even get a hit in. The reason I say that the Conductor and Gru's fight doesn't feel nearly as frustrating as the other ones is because that fight was already one of the longest ones thanks to their ridiculously high health bar of 30 hit points. And that 30 hit points is now shared between Grooves and Conductor. So the fight actually goes by twice as fast while being twice as chaotic. So that winds up being the only one I find actually fun. The rest of them are just aggravating.
I don't know, I don't think the Snatcher one was too bad, but maybe I'm remembering it. Actually, I think the most annoying was the toilet. If I remember rightly.
I don't even remember the toilet. Either way, there are genuine criticisms that Death Wish gets, and one of those is the fact that it is very, very, very difficult for a lot of the wrong reasons. And also those waiting timers, like, why did they have to add those? Moving on, we're sidetracking again.
We always do.
Well, it's better than standing around here all day like a statue.
The funny thing is that Backer B, who just said that, she is labeled as a static mesh, not a skeletal mesh. She literally does not move. Backer A does, because he's a skeletal mesh.
Huh.
So, yeah, Backer B is literally a statue. She does not move an inch. I'm sorry, I thought the joke was funny.
Can we join you?
Oh no, it is.
We're bored here.
Feeling they're trustworthy.
Woohoo! Let's go save the world or something.
If any of you need a pick-me-up, we can have a balloon. They always lift my spirits.
Well, they're definitely not lacking in enthusiasm.
So the way that I portrayed backers A and B is that I kind of portrayed them as if they are two different flavors of gamer. We have backer A being the more hardcore or professional one, and backer B being the more fun-loving one. That was what I was going for with both of them.
So the takes it too seriously and doesn't take it seriously enough.
Yeah. Something like that. Alright, so the background this time for our trial. Last time it was Gex. This time it's one of the other games I was modding, Death Road to Canada. Because I like Death Road to Canada.
Yeah, I know. I know you do. You mentioned it a lot.
I haven't actually played Death Road to Canada in years. Because I was waiting for workshop support for Death Road to Canada to come up before I continued modding it, and they just haven't added it yet. I haven't been playing Death Road to Canada at all. Which is sad because I like playing it, but hey, what can you do? I'm not going through the files and dicking with everything for a half hour each and every time they make an update, just to keep playing it with all my mods installed. It takes too long. Alright, the characters are as follows. Hatty is the ultimate acrobat. She's the main character. She's just not the main character of this half of the story anymore. Book is the ultimate fashionista, not secretly a crazy lady despite the talent. Phil's the ultimate detective. He never really did a great job, did he? Then again, this isn't a movie set. Moon Penguin is boring. It's on the other side of the plot now. Ultimate vigilante, impulsive and headstrong, likely to either steer everything in the right direction or completely derail it. Her mood has improved considerably, though. Today isn't the best example of that, though. Science Owl is the ultimate scientist, return from being stuck in beta, an alternate timeline. Well, stuck's not the right word, but you get what I meant. Is trying to make his own way out, though he's not doing an amazing job at it right now. The tourist is the ultimate photographer. His current whereabouts in the colliding world is unknown, though it doesn't take long to assume he's on the moon since he keeps talking about it. Nomad is the ultimate mountain climber. They're more talkative and friendly than most of the other characters, but why? Subkanite is the ultimate minion. The welfare snatcher, after signing a contract, secretly betrayed Snatcher and got hacked out of here. Why did this happen to him? Bad Style is the ultimate salesperson. Their knowledge of badge effects from selling so many could have helped solve more cases. He's apparently the main character of the Big Father's Weird Story. He's apparently in the metro going after Hecate. Came back. Ultimate Drama King. He would be in his element with his murder crap if the stress of the killing game, crypt nightmares of beta, familial threats from Trial 2, and the fact that he could die at any moment wasn't as intense as it is. Ultimate Celebrity. He seems likely to hand... blah blah blah. Has debated the idea of using the accomplice rule after his bodyguard says to, but always refuses to, since he intends for both of them to survive. Cooking as the ultimate cook, she's apparently died, revived in Mafia Town, broke into Hecate's ship to ask where she is to meet up, and went to the metro within one Danganronpa investigation phase. All things considered, there's weirder things than that in this game. Alright. Ultimate Attorney, a small step away from being an ace attorney. He acts as the judge since he kind of set up this whole thing and really isn't even bothering to hide that. What he is hiding is what's going on outside, which you now know is the apocalypse. It's just like real Danganronpa. At least you were told that before Trial 6. Why do they always wait to tell you about the apocalypse until the very end? Why is Trial 6 of every Danganronpa game always a giant plot dump?
Okay, to be fair, when it comes to Danganronpa, you gotta remember, compared to this, we have characters outside the game to understand some of the outside plot points. In Danganronpa, you can only work from while in the game itself.
Yeah. Even still. Even still, we found out about this from the Minion partway through the chapter before the B-plot was introduced. Either way. Evidence. Bo-Kid's account. Bo-Kid was waiting in the kitchen with Mustache Girl and the Nomad for cooking cats so they could eat lunch as a group by the cat's request. Cooking Cat's death ruined everything. The BDA went off after Mustache Girl and the Nomad went into the biolab and discovered the death inside.
Fair.
Owl's account. The Owl's working out a new invention idea in the biolab using the spare tech in there since the building we're in has no tech lab and the biolab's the closest we get. He had to evacuate the biolab after something blew up and fog began leaking. He went to warn everyone, but there's so many floors now with people moving around, so it took forever to do it. Found to warn the Penguin, Minion, and DJ Grooves in the third floor spa. Excuse me. I'm drinking a soda every now and then.
How polite.
Stu rushed to check the time. He was scared but alive. Motive. Snatcher threatened to steal everyone's souls. It didn't do much. He then revealed that there's more than one traitor, so everyone's on edge and more spiteful towards the Subkanite. It's like, he threatened to steal everyone's souls, but it didn't do anything, so he threw another motive at them.
I mean, he's only so scary.
The angry pool noodle is only so scary. Cooking cat and the subconite were found in the 4th floor biolab. Time of death was 12:32 p.m. Cause of death is unknown. Actually, he's less of a pool noodle and more one of those inflatable tube menus you get at a car dealership. You can see it too, right?
Yeah, no, I can 100% see it.
Right, biolab specimens. Strange plants prone to exploding were in the lab's giant test tube things. There were several other plant creatures that will haunt your nightmares too. That lab seemed to indicate that the plants are of the meat eater variety. There were also those discolored apples/cherries that dwellers can turn into bombs. Also the alpine pink purple flowers. Thick fog was covering the whole biolab. Data on the computer stated that the fog had no effect on humans or cats. Strong effects on goats and other species were untested. That's for small doses, the concentrated doses can be harmful to all. News. What the minion was hanging from in the lab. It doesn't look damaged at all. Likely came from a supply closet in the lab. Minion was extremely intent on keeping the group separate from each other since around 2 weeks ago. This got on everyone's nerves pretty quick. His most recent action was checking on the disturbance in the biolab after being informed of it. Most of the remaining survivors, except the Nomad and Cat, who aren't very aggressive, started to get fed up with this subconite's crap and began retaliating. He kept trying for a while despite that until a couple days ago. There were large eggs in the biolab meant for testing purposes. They can make for a great omelet if cooked properly. Cooking Cat went to the lab to get them. Library book. For the title, The Forgotten Children. It shows how the minions were spirits of the dead given physical bodies. This is one of the Time Rift storybooks that you get from the game. I don't remember where you find it though. I think it was one of the special ones you get from the DLC.
Fair enough.
Burn marks. There were a lot of explosions in the biolab. A lot. Right, let's do this thing. Ready? Great.
Yeah, let's...
You all know the drill, so get on it.
Alright, so, first things first, the UI.
Yeah, this UI where they're showing their inventory and whatnot.
Yep. So, this UI is based on Death Road to Canada, as you can probably guess. So, this thing, the maple leaf with the 4 next to it, in actual Death Road to Canada, that's how many days left until you make it to Canada. But for this thing, it's just showing you what the trial number is. Right.
Fair.
So, these 3 is our inventory spaces. He has a book and fire. This is his character icon thing. Yay, cute little smile. And
Cute little smile.
And the group's amount of food, gas, and medical supplies. Alright, so, and you also remember the plot twist of this one, so now you can see minions hanging from the ceiling earlier, if you actually look and pay attention.
Oh, okay. I'll have to keep an eye on that then.
Alright, so, Bo Kid's inventory, a pink umbrella and a baseball bat. Makes sense considering her weapons.
Yeah.
Alright, so, Mustache Girl has her fists and a mallet. She did say in the previous trial that she got a mallet from the gift shop.
Yeah.
Okay, the Nomad too, even though they're boring. But still, I'm not boring.
The Nomad has nothing. They have no weapons whatsoever.
As we expect from our little pacifist.
Why is the cause of death listed as unknown?
The Penguin doesn't have anything because what was I going to give him? I couldn't think of anything.
It's up to my discretion as to how to balance the trial. If I told you what killed them, it'd be too easy to figure it out.
I hate you.
Okay. Who died first? The new rule states that if 2 murders happen, only the first killer gets blackened. That would have been nice to know 2 weeks ago when 2 people died at once.
Were you able to see the minion at the top right there for a brief moment?
No, I don't. I'm thinking I missed that.
If I see another example, I'll let you know when it happens. But
I'll keep a better eye out.
Alright, so inventory for conductor, he has a knife, one of the bottles that he probably drank from, and a pipe bomb.
Ah, the classic pipe bomb.
This winds up being foreshadowing for later.
So, where was everyone at 12:30 today? I was in the rec room at the time. I think that's when DJ Packneck showed up. It was a little bit after the owl warned me about the lab blowing up.
Can I use the judicial system to make him stop calling me that? I'm sick of hearing it.
And Grooves has a knife and a musical guitar, because that seems like something Grooves would probably have.
Yeah. Groove was always more celebrity than he was director.
Yeah.
Either way, my bodyguard was with me too.
Have you tried contracts yet?
You're with the Nomad and Mustache Girl in the kitchen waiting for Cooking Cat to come back.
And I was running around trying to warn everyone about what happened in the bio lab the entire time.
And the owl has a screwdriver, a hammer, and a ray gun.
Classic ray gun. For the science person.
It was actually stated in Chapter 3 that the only way he'd survive an encounter with other people is if he had a laser cannon. This was the closest Death Ray Cannon weapon to the laser cannon.
Wait a minute.
What? How does everyone here have a solid alibi?
Okay, don't panic. We'll just have to think about this a bit differently.
Okay, how about the BDA? We went in one at a time, but only 2 of us activated it this time. Who else saw it? Seriously? Is this an accomplice thing? We need 3 people for a BDA.
You doubt's an accomplice thing.
If all of us have solid alibis for where we were at the time, then the death was... I have 2 theories. 1, the killer was one of the 2 victims. Or 2, it was a trap, possibly remote activated.
Like a C4?
What the heck is C4?
It's like modeling clay, but it blows up.
You want it because that sounds cool.
Ha! Yes, it does.
Definitely kill someone after being planted on, or in specific locations.
You remember this is a killing game and don't want the exploding clay anymore.
Bombs are the case. I don't think the gift shop has anything like that. Anyone able to confirm it?
There weren't. No, that'd be too easy.
See?
Gotta give Snatcher credit. He's got the integrity to confirm things or not. Oh yeah, and I see, yeah.
Yeah, and that one there is the only one of the 4 that moves. So yeah, the minion was here the entire time. Also,
I would say spoiler, but we've already I think we established in the earlier episodes of this. Who cares?
Yeah, this mod has been out for years now. If this is your first time experiencing this and you're mad about spoilers, there's other videos on YouTube. Just go watch those.
Like mine.
Yeah, because I don't think I ever recorded it properly and posted it on YouTube without commentary. So yeah, go look at PFA's version of the video. But yeah, so funny thing about this mesh here with the rope around the minion's neck, this is a separate skeletal mesh from the normal minion model. The normal minion and the minion hung from a noose are 2 separate skeletal meshes.
Oh. Is the rope part of the mesh then, or?
Yes. I think that's the only difference, but I have to ask exactly why they wound up needing to do that. That feels like an inefficient thing to do. But I'm not the one developing the game, so what do I know?
Well, the
Fair enough.
theory isn't completely solved yet. We still don't know the cause of death, and death traps aren't impossible to make. All that needed to be done was lure a victim to the trap.
Are any of us capable of doing that? And wouldn't death traps, leave behind a bunch of evidence?
You like the background.
You like the background, or at least the game it's from? Last trial, the music changed from Danganronpa to another game soundtrack at the halfway point, but this time I'll let you choose the soundtrack from the beginning. Would you like full Danganronpa, full Death Row to Canada, or a mix? Mix. Mix is the best option more often than not.
Yeah, it always is. Yeah.
The killer could have set up a trap and lured them to it.
That could have happened in any room. So why the bio lab?
There's not a whole lot of people going in and out of it. So that's
Why does this backdrop make me feel car sick?
Yeah.
What kind of death trap are we talking about here?
If something was rigged in the lab, then it almost got me. I barely got out of there before the smoke hit me.
How did you hear it from the first floor, though? Is everything in the building soundproof?
It wouldn't surprise me.
someone good with technology would be suited to rig the machines in there.
Alright, so... I think there was a special answer, but I don't think it was in here. It's been so long that I don't remember any of the special answers, but I do remember what the correct answer is. Lure them with the eggs. Okay. Oh. Yep, okay, I remember that part too.
What, they're being really loud?
Yep. That part I specifically remember being bad. But I didn't remember how bad. You couldn't quite hear what she said. Now you questioned why she said it so quietly. The reason I had her say it so quietly was because she would have admitted in court that she was eating bird eggs in front of a bunch of birds that aren't going to be happy about that.
True. You know what? Fair.
There's at least 3 or 4 birds in the room right now. We haven't gotten to trial 5 to kill some of them off. Alright, so...
If anything, I would have been the target since I've been going in there ever since it opened.
Yeah, that's the point. He's been frequently in the lab since it opened, and once it blew up, he immediately warned us not to go in there. Unless... No, he warned the conductor when he was alone. He probably would have done the same to Kirk and Kat. It's not likely he led her into a trap.
The only way Theory 2 is plausible is if it was rigged and set to blow up on a timer. But you'd have to be tech-savvy and spend some time figuring it out.
By that logic, it could be anyone. Well, maybe not the Nomad. I'm not sure if the Alps has phones or radios or technology in general.
Well, I didn't really see anyone come into the lab much since it opened. Usually just to grab something from the supply closet or to chat.
You're very surprised he hasn't gotten assaulted yet, considering being alone is a death sentence here and he's done it so many times now.
Well, there is someone that's frequently in the lab, long enough to set up a trap.
If I remember correctly, your assumption at first was... Your first obvious assumption was that the Science Owl did something, and this was the point where he said, finally you bring it up.
I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You mean me, right? But I tried warning everyone to steer clear of it.
Perhaps, but these emotionally manipulative ploys have been used twice now.
They have, yes. So tell me this then. There's 2 bodies. Why is the minion dead too? He wasn't separate from everyone else.
Good point.
What the heck is the point of a double murder anyway? Killing more people just adds more evidence. It's stupid to do that.
Perhaps one was a silenced witness to the demise of the other.
One was silenced after seeing the murder, huh? I have a nagging suspicion against that theory. Alright, the correct answer is not there in person. Let's see what the other ones are. Everyone had rock-solid alibis because they were... One was silenced after seeing the murder, huh? Owl in the kitchen. The owl being in the kitchen when it happened doesn't mean that he couldn't have silenced a witness, but that doesn't matter because...
They need to be there in person to silence the witness. And what good would an eyewitness report do in the case of a remote trap anyway?
That's right. If it wasn't done in person, Nobody had any way of making a remote-activated bomb.
Alright, so this is probably another case of the game having to pick someone to be the important guy. Let's see how loud this winds up being.
Okay.
Hold up a moment, you pecknecks. It's not impossible for one of you to have done it remotely.
Mind elaborating, darling?
With pleasure.
Which one did it choose?
We're playing as Grooves because Conductor is the one that's getting on our ass.
Fair.
It's not impossible. Yes, it's not likely either, but it's far from impossible. They just have to make it in secret in their own room after taking some tools and parts from the lab. Maybe even stuff from other parts of the building were taken and used.
Gas isn't that hard to find here if you know where to look. Another hint that he did something he shouldn't have.
What, you mean Conductor?
Yeah, gas isn't that hard to find here. He has a bomb on him. Where did he get the fuel for the bomb?
That's a valid argument. Continue. I'd like to hear how you prove this.
The owl said himself that others have gone into the lab for things in the closet, yes? It's a possibility we can't deny.
Definitely true, darling. But I don't think we can call it certain. So far, it sounds like another theory being thrown out there to see if it sticks.
Well, the owl doesn't really work as the suspect anymore. Surviving that incident and having that solid of an alibi means it was likely someone else. They could have rigged up something to make that plan work.
Why did I think that would help?
So we'd assume it's not they just have to make it in secret.
Oh, now you're gonna go through it all again.
Yeah, let's see what the other wrong answers say. What does it have testimony have anything to do with this? I guess it doesn't.
It's not they just have to make it in secret.
What the heck did those explosion marks prove? I don't know.
So we're assuming that it's not impossible. They just have to make it in secret in the...
That's I like it.
The owl said himself, it's a pop.
Now the correct answer, I'm pretty sure, is the owl's account here. Yep.
Finally beat you again, darling. And that is exactly why the argument doesn't work. The plan failed. It doesn't matter who attempted the murder, because they failed miserably at killing their own target.
The audio balancing of Trial 4 is absolutely god-awful.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is. But it was your first time working with this audio sort of thing, so don't give yourself too much heart grief over it.
Even then, I feel like I should have noticed myself, considering I'm the one working with it all the time.
As I say, it's your first time. It's one of these things you don't know until, you know, whatchamacallit.
I think a major reason as to why I didn't notice how bad the audio bouncing was because I had to do all of this stuff in my room with the volume down because my bedroom is right next to my mom's room. And I don't want to be loud and wake her up and make her mad. Because I know that because if I know if I do that, there will be pay. Alright, moving on.
Moving on.
And nothing that was borrowed would have been good at killing anyone. Not unless you can figure out how to make a homemade bomb with water bottles, because that's all anyone else ever took from it.
I'm not walking down 3 floors just to get a glass of water.
You make a very good point. If the plan had failed, then whoever made the explosive doesn't really matter, since that doesn't absolutely mean they're the killer. Actually, that means all the alibis are solid as rocks again. If there was only one set of explosives rigged to blow by a detonator, then that means the culprit had to be there in person, which we already established. Let's ask this as frankly as possible. If you saw smoke coming out of the door, would you really want to risk going in?
The explosion happened at the lab's far end. I don't know why the door was so damaged.
Well, still doesn't change anything. The gas wouldn't have been concentrated enough to hurt her, so she could still get away.
Okay, now we need another new angle to look at this from.
This has been going pretty much nowhere for a while now. Maybe you should address what should probably be the most obvious answer that doesn't involve murder. The eggs explode! And all the birds are silent.
Didn't you guys
Yeah, I know.
that?
No, I did not. Why, that is horrible.
You do know where baby birds come from, right?
Yeah, I remember you laughed really loudly when that happened the first time.
Yeah, for good reason. Just because of the big, just quick line jumble of words.
Yep. Also, another detail now that we are at an overhead view, there's icons on each of these little things that the characters are standing on. You can see white skulls on some of them and golden skulls on some of the others.
Yeah.
So, Mustache Girl, Bow Kid, the Alpine Nomad, the Minion, and both Conductors and Groove seem to have golden skulls on their things right now, whereas all the other ones have white skulls. This is because in Death Road to Canada, the white skulls is the icon used for when a character dies. The gold skulls are skill points that you get to get. Or, not skill points, points you get to spend to get things.
So in other words, you're spoiling who survives.
Yes, subtly in a way that people probably wouldn't notice. And I do this again later in Chapter 5. But we'll see when we get there, too. However, the gold ones here, one of them will change from a gold skull to a white one, depending on who the dead bird winner is. Because that has not been decided, it does not do that.
And thus they're both gold.
Yep.
This is picked up.
If it makes you feel less disturbed, it's actually not a bird egg. It's a shroom egg, which is vegan. How does that make it any better? It's still eggs! Shrooms are plants from Subcon Forest. Not sure why they're in eggs now, though.
Editor's note, Shrooms are turnip-looking subcon enemies that run towards you and blow up if you get too close. The enemy was reworked into the eggs from the birdhouse to do the exact same thing. The turnip model is still inside the eggs if you use the camera badge to peek at them. You actually went into the birdhouse area to look at that yourself, and I'm so happy you did that.
I was gonna say, I remember in my I swear in my video, at this point I was just like, wait, they do? And then after recording this, I went straight over there to add this little bit in. Ah! What do you know?
I wonder why they took those out of the Subcon Forest, because that would have made a lot of sense for Subcon Forest.
Maybe because Subcon had enough enemies and they need extras for the skyline.
Maybe. They probably could have just reworked the eggs into something that had the exact same effect, just turn the turnip model invisible. Because there is an invisible material in the editor that you could use. But, who knows?
That's still ain't right.
Yeah, so many questions right now, and most of them are about the fine lines of cannibalism.
I don't think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure it's vegan eggs.
So the explosion was caused by shrooms. Actually, yeah, that's actually very possible. There were non-egg ones in some of the tubes, so maybe one became active after a certain point.
How is that so flapping hard to figure out? Is flap another bird swear?
Probably in this game.
I guess you just expect everything to be a part of someone's murder scheme anymore.
I want to trust you all, but...
Were there really more traitors besides the minion?
Was Cooking Cat a traitor and someone caught them having a secret conversation with the minion? And then they killed both of them?
Absolutely not! You really think Cooking Cat, of all people, would ever cooperate with Snatcher?
Didn't she? Did she? I'm not telling you. Figure it out yourselves.
You little...
You should get everything back on track. So the explosion was most likely a plant monster-induced accident that nearly killed the owl. Cooking Cat will likely not have gone into that situation implying murder, but everyone has an alibi implying no murder. So which is it? Alright, and now for a background change. We're now at Y'all-Mart.
Y'all-Mart.
Y'all-Mart is one of the most common locations in Death Road to Canada. We need to figure out whether or not this is an accident or a murder.
Snatcher likely would make an accident into a trial if he felt like it. So I think it's possible. but nobody here went to the biolab.
If nobody here went to the biolab, then that means it was an accident.
But why did she go in? Surely the eggs weren't that important. How are the eggs the cause of death?
Was it the farm?
Those are the two biggest candidates. But there were a lot of other plants in there. Maybe one of the plants got them.
Those are a lot of options. Dang it, why'd Snatcher conceal that important info?
One of these sounds important, but who should I try watching?
Alright, plants biolab specimens I think leads to an interesting response. Ah man, was it really that obvious? I guess I kinda was. Sorry, but you'll have to sit through these idiots talking in circles around this plot twist for another half hour.
Ah! What did you pick again?
I picked, plants biolab specimens. Basically, the implication is, the biolab specimens caused the problem, and you figured that out, but because it's too early to reveal that, you get this as a response.
Sorry. This is why I love you making mystery games and like these sorts of things, because you add in these little things like this.
Yay. I don't think any of the other ones had anything interesting come up. Yeah, I think the correct answer was nobody here and the minions' actions.
That's true. Nobody that's currently here went to the biolab, but there is someone who went there besides Cooking Cat.
Wait, who are you talking about?
Who do you think? We may not know how Cooking Cat died yet, but we definitely know that he was there.
But he's been murdered too. If he did kill Cooking Cat, or even vice versa.
That's allowed, and you know it.
Then that would mean that either of them could be blackened, but either died at the end anyway.
I feel like the bond between Mustache Girl and Cooking Cat was not as well established as I wanted it to be by the time we got here, but here we are. It is what it is.
You did notice the noose, right?
A rope would work as a weapon for strangulation.
Yeah, I thought so too, but that's not it. Wanna know why?
Why was the rope not a murder weapon? Right.
It was undamaged.
That's the correct answer. Let's see what the wrong answers give us. There was no listed cause of death in the Snatcher file. Rope is too frail. That's some crappy rope then.
Yeah.
The rope was undamaged.
Rope is pretty sturdy, darling. It wouldn't be a very good rope otherwise.
I'm pretty sure choking the life out of someone would still fray the rope. At least, guess what? It didn't look like it was used to strangle someone.
Something else I should note about the audio balancing is that I did not use the compressor for trials 4 or 5 because I didn't know what I was doing by that point. So all of the audio balancing and the loudness is just kind of all over the place. It got better as time went on, but still.
Again, your first time using these things, so...
Yeah.
Trust me, I've learned a lot of computerized doing that.
Darling, you need to learn how to chill out.
Mustache Girl basically just admitted that she strangles people a lot.
Wait a minute. That would imply... suicide.
You think the traitor committed suicide? After all the crap they've helped Snatcher put us through?
Expression, you think Mustache Girl called it. The Subconite actually killed himself. Now might be a good time to see what's happening in the metro with the others before things get too heavy.
Coming through. No thanks.
Time to show off. I should do that more often.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I guess. So that was supposed to be a Fire Emblem reference to how the combat system is.
I'm sorry, it's a Fire Emblem reference. So you use an RPG combat system, which is basically every JRPG that there's ever been, and you use Persona music in the background, but it's a Fire Emblem reference.
I mean, the combat system was Fire Emblem. That's what the thing at the bottom was for. The hit chance, crit rate, etc. And the way they took, and how they took turns with the animation. That was supposed to be a Fire Emblem reference.
I mean, again, they kind of do that in every JRPG. Maybe it's the UI I'm not noticing because I've never played Fire Emblem.
I think I know why I picked Persona 3 music. It's because Persona 3, everyone keeps pointing guns at their heads. And we're in the suicide trial. That's probably where my brain went with that.
Oh. Fair enough.
It's kind of messed up, though, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it is. But well done, either way, for that.
Alright. Anyways, moving on. They level up, and the only stat that went up is luck.
What the heck is that? Luck is the most useless stat in the game.
You said this in the video. You said that that is a lie, and you know it. Fire Emblem luck is useless. I don't know what RPG has luck actually be useful, but in Fire Emblem, it is useless.
Luck tends to be, about crit chance and whatnot. Heck, actually, in a game I've been playing recently, luck is basically your percentage chance to basically get an advantage on any roll.
Well, in Fire Emblem, it has a bunch of very, very minute effects. Where it increases your crit chance by, like, 1%. At best. Yeah.
Well, I mean, considering crit chance is either a 1 to 100 scale...
It increases your crit chance by a small amount, it increases your accuracy by a very small amount, it increases a bunch of other things by such a very small amount that it barely does anything. You're better off investing in skill, which increases not just your crit rate, but your accuracy. And your speed, which allows you to go twice. That's why luck is the most useless stat, because defense and resistance increases your ability to tank damage. Your speed and your skill allow you to hit things and hit things more often. Your HP also allows you to take damage. And your strength allows you to deal more damage. Luck is just winds up being the worst of the stats because all the things it does by such a minuscule amount that you need a lot of it in order to actually make any use of it. This is to the point that of the stat boosting items in Fire Emblem, the goddess icon, which increases luck, winds up having double the effect by comparison to other stat boosting items simply because luck is that bad. Like strength drops you can get in the game, you get a +2 to your strength. With the goddess icon, you get a +4. That's how bad luck is. You need a lot of it in order to do anything with it.
But once you have a lot of it...
The thing is that luck... Okay. Not every character has growth rates that really have a lot of luck, and even then, luck by itself isn't going to do anything if you don't have the strength to actually make the triple damage worth it. So, let me put it like this. In Fire Emblem Echoes Shadows of Valentia, they have one of the characters be given an item that increases luck, as in a item they are already equipped with. Do you know how much it actually increases your luck by?
30?
20. Close enough. It's a sheesh ton. And that's the only way it was actually useful. Was if it was a crap ton.
Hey, luck is one of those things you want a crap ton of it, though.
Yeah, but you don't need a crap ton of the other stats, but luck increases at roughly the same rate as all the other stats.
In other words, luck is meant to be like a minor bonus to work alongside everything else rather than something good on its own.
Yes. Basically. It's a bonus, and it might be better for certain characters than others. Like a character that's meant to beat the crap out of things might be better off having that than defense or res. But you still want that character to have high strength, high speed, and luck is a bonus.
I mean, fair enough.
The term benched also basically means that of the characters in your army that you're using, the ones you don't use, you're putting on the sidelines. That's what that...
Yeah. No, I could tell what benched means.
Okay. Alright, now it's time for the sad part.
Killed himself?
You're feeling bad for him, aren't you? I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel about this. On one hand, he's helping Snatcher make us suffer, but on the other hand, suicide.
Honestly, it's hard to feel bad for him after everything he did to us. He didn't even tell us who the other traitors are. All he did was stay silent. Then he had the nerve to get in our way of trying to cope by separating us and making us easier to kill.
He didn't tell us, implied he knew and couldn't say, right? Was he with us? Snatcher. He did something, didn't he? Or...
Because he was...
Okay, all of these advance the thing. None of these have unique responses.
Ganged up on him. You're all seriously feeling pity for that traitor? You all know he's evil, right?
It can't be that black and white. If he intended to make us suffer, then why did this happen? And the background changes once again to the wilderness.
The little jerk is gone for good. Now the world is a little less awful.
We can breathe easier, knowing the punk won't interfere with our lives anymore.
I'm not sure. Snatcher's still here.
And I'm not leaving anytime soon.
Well, why would he commit suicide? Things are going well for Snatcher's plans.
Never left us alone, constantly getting in our way and inserting himself where he didn't belong. He was a very bad person.
As rude and harsh as it sounds, I feel like he would have tried killing someone eventually.
I have my doubts about that.
So that winds up changing as well, depending on which of the directors is the Deadbird winner. It looks like for that interaction, it shows the Deadbird winner is Grooves, because of, I know I put... I know I put a lot of random chance variables in here as a result of the Deadbird winner not being decided. Okay, that doesn't answer the question. Why? Why did this happen? Alright, so I think if you pick the wrong one, it's just an ellipses. Never left us alone. Retaliation.
No, he did start leaving us alone. A couple days ago, he just stopped. Hey, you two saw him earlier in the spa when Al warned you about the lab, right? How was he?
Unsettlingly quiet.
I think he just sat on one of the benches near the entrance. He didn't really say anything, though.
Actually, I was in the spa a lot recently.
I think he wasn't... Maybe... You really think he wasn't the scumbag deep down? Trust me, some people just stink and aren't redeemable. Is Snatcher redeemable just because old poor Prince Charming got cursed, so it's not his fault he's murdering hundreds of people for entertainment? Please, tell me you don't actually believe this crap, because if you do, I want to know who hurt you and needs to be.
I mean, let's be honest here, she has a point. A lot of people are a little too enthusiastic about villain redemption arcs in a way that kind of concerns me. And we all know why they do it. It's like, Why are you guys always forgiving Sephiroth and Akechi and all these other genocidal maniacs? How horny are you people?
I mean, they're always very, but yeah.
So yeah, it's like, do you guys hate yourselves or something? Should I be worried? Is there a reason for this? Should I be scared for humanity that you guys are this into maniacs that want to hurt you? Should I call a therapist? As rude as that sounds, I feel like I have validity saying that. You know?
Yeah, I get it.
Hey, I can be quite charming despite my curse.
Go to heck!
She's got a valid point that some people just aren't good, but I feel like I know better.
Seriously though, I hope none of you actually think that thing is redeemable just because of a tragic backstory. An explanation for his behavior is not an excuse for it.
That advice would sound a lot more solid if it wasn't coming from murderous vigilante girl, especially because of how she's trying to make what just happened not seem as horrible as it is. This was not a great time for me to have my voice through Mustache Girl. Considering what is going on right now. Trying to express my annoyance with redemption arcs being on trend and why they shouldn't be on trend, this was not the best time for that. I know I have a point, but it's undermined by the fact that this is Mustache Girl having a moment.
Yeah.
How many times do I have to say I'm sorry about that? Is it really so hard to believe that I might have learned from it?
Yes.
So, if he committed suicide, what does this mean?
I guess that would make it hard to tell exactly what happened, but wouldn't surprise me if this was a ploy by Snatcher.
What do you mean? He did something like that just to make our lives harder because he was ordered to?
Would it be that surprising at this point?
I know in her mind, the Subconite looks so evil in so many different ways, and cooking at its death is boiling her blood, even if she doesn't realize it, but she's really not making herself look good right now. Alright, fourth background. We are now in the city of Lost Hope, the final siege of Death Road to Canada.
We also tried separating us multiple times to make us easier to kill. Like I'd ever split up from DJ Grooves in a situation like this. You gotta stick close to who you trust.
Someone like that can't be trusted. It's hard to find people you know are safe.
Says the picnic who played near and a little girl in the studio basement, woven sheep's clothes.
You guys didn't really get to know him though. And what if they were just acting the whole time? He's trying to manipulate the situation, so it wouldn't surprise me if he tried manipulating you through your emotions.
Regardless of that, he's dead, and we still need to figure out if it was a well-prepared murder with a suicide disguise or an actual suicide.
Hey, I was gonna bring that idea up. Well, whatever. Anyone else think the suicide was disguised?
The library book, because it shows how minions are just dwellers with bodies.
Wait, that can't.
Ouch. That was louder than I was used to.
Ouch, I love that.
I am going to have to make sure that the audio is corrected in the video itself, just so that way it doesn't pierce the viewer's ears. He died twice? He was already... Wait, he's an upset spirit. How did he die twice? How does a ghost die?
Are we really sure the Subconite even really died? That's what I'm asking. Well, he was a ghost given a physical body, right?
The Forgotten Children did make that apparent, yes. So they're implying that the destruction of the physical body wouldn't kill them. Dwellers do tend to return after blowing up with those pink fruit things.
Well, the Snatcher file said both of them died. It did, right?
Cooking Cat and the Subconite were found in the 4th floor biolab. Time of death was 12:32 p.m. Cause of death is unknown.
That's a little too vague. They were found there is all it says. That doesn't mean they died there. Or that both died there.
So that means it'd be possible. Actually, wait. If that's the case, then why isn't he in his stand?
That was talked about in one of the rooms.
Which one was it? Rule 7.
Rule 7. Right. All survivors must be present in the courtroom. But I think that just further proves it. How? You have to look up to notice. How long have those things been hanging there?
Probably since we stepped foot in here. As you can see, these two here are not moving. There's one over here, but the kid's portrait is covering it.
But the one basically hovering over his stand is moving.
Yeah.
Okay, great. But how do we... Did that one over there just move? Snatcher, that's him, isn't it?
You want me to get him down for you?
Yes or no? Stop evading the question.
Yeah, it's him.
Why did you bring him down here?
You really think I'm letting a servant of mine die just like that? No, his contract is far from expired.
You're as subtle with this deal with the devil stuff as a brick to the face.
That wording doesn't really cut it, but saying he's as subtle as Mustache Girl herself might annoy her. Calling him as subtle as Mustache Girl, who commits murder on a daily basis. Yeah, that would probably annoy her.
Get him down from there. Not like that.
The Alpine Nomad checks on the minion swiftly.
Hey, wake up!
The minion isn't responding, unless you count random twitching as a response.
Come on, you've gotta wake up. You're the only one who knows what happened.
He is out cold. Shaking him and screaming isn't helping.
So, now we know he was alive the whole time. That makes him the only suspect with no alibi. Since he was there and didn't die, it wouldn't surprise me if this was just another convoluted scheme from Snatcher.
What do you mean?
It's been weeks since the last trial happened, and I bet Snatcher was itching to see us die after so long. What if that explosion was his doing to create a murder mystery and the plan failed? So he sent his little lackey to make it work. It's not impossible, but I doubt it. No, I know it's not right, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
I can kind of see both sides, but...
Alright, I'm guessing this is gonna hurt my ears.
Could you both calm down a bit?
That actually wasn't as bad.
Yeah, that wasn't actually too bad.
Just like in the previous trial, the upcoming mass panic debate has camera movements that may cause everything to be laggy. They have just been activated, so if it's noticeable, you know beforehand. Turn it off or keep them on. Let's keep them on.
I was in the bio lab when it blew up. Maybe something that was in there might be a clue, but I'm not sure what to focus on.
Was there something that was there that wasn't before?
Maybe something went missing.
He must have caused the explosion
Something
at a
out of
specific
place?
time.
Heck, I'm drawing a blank. Come on, now's not the time to freak out.
So the minion knew and struck and immediately left. And because of that, Cooking Cat died.
When you went through this, you got the 3 answers first. You didn't need to do any retakes.
Did I really?
Yes.
Because I have no idea what it was right then.
Snatcher sent his little errand boy to cause a mess.
If Snatcher had sent him there to kill us, he'd have to have planned this out in advance.
A lot of things actually, but wouldn't surprise me if he did. Snatcher's crafty like that. He must have caused the explosion at a specific time.
Why would he?
See what I mean?
So the reason that I had it set up like this, with the giant timer and everyone speaking like this, was, and you restarting after getting a correct answer, was because I wanted to see I wanted people to see the debate get quieter, with less people having to talk and less things needing to be focused on to show. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, so it's easier to focus on certain things.
And to show that, and to make it seem more interesting when you see this, if that makes sense. Because I would expect that if I didn't make them go back and rewatch this, they wouldn't see that the debate had changed at all, so that one of the segments has been silenced. Immediately left Minion's actions. He did not leave immediately.
No, te
What's wrong? So, we're assuming he went there and waited for someone to show up and to get ambushed, despite all the distrust everyone had for him, which would make everyone still fear him.
Okay, so that was a quote that I really wanted people to hear and react to. No, that's wrong. Because that's the common Danganronpa phrase that you say when you get the correct answer in one of the debates. That was supposed to be, like, a big thing, you know?
Yeah.
But, no one wound up reacting to it, and there's two reasons for it. You talked over it, and everyone else had the voice acting off. You can probably tell I'm not exactly... I didn't exactly want people turning the voice acting off. That awkward silence.
I'm just not sure what to say, because it is one of those things of... Yeah, it's fully understandable why you'd want the voice acting to be stayed on for that.
I mean, we worked so hard on this. I know the voice acting is not great in some places, but... There's at least two different groups that turned the voice acting off, and I don't remember the reason for one. I know that the reason for the other is because they wanted to voice act the characters themselves because they were doing it for the first 3 trials. But it does but the voice acting is kind of required for some of the jokes because... Like, we'll see it more clearly as we get further in, but some of the jokes just cannot work without the voice acting on because they are too spontaneous and need the voice acting on in order to even be heard in the first place.
Yeah. That's fair.
Right, so...
He could have been waiting the whole time in the Falkirk lab to drop her. Maybe, but that would leave a few things unanswered. Firstly, those burn marks. There is too many burn marks on the wall and ground to not be odd. Second, where did all the lab specimens go? There were a lot of broken tubes in the lab. Don't tell me they all magically vanished. Third, if this was meant to be confusing and convoluted as part of a scheme, why isn't the rope not more damaged? Why did the supplement go and wait for the time to start? Or rather, the explosion on the 3rd floor in a room with other people instead of the 4th floor to ambush the owl in case it failed. Clearly, he didn't do that. And why didn't Scarecrow send someone less conspicuous to do this?
That's a lot that isn't adding up.
There is also a
Yeah.
PDA, which we have never figured out. He could very easily be the unidentified witness.
That makes too much sense. Something's not adding up here.
Ron, I don't know how to argue against that. Can we really believe that thing is innocent in all this? Yes, I think we can. How? If he didn't murder her, then she died from the smoke? That still makes no sense.
Mustache Girl wants someone to blame for this.
Yeah.
The fog was made by those flowers from home, the same ones that sent the ghost into a frenzy. Could have sent her into a frenzy too. Is there anything that might prove otherwise? Computer data is the one that you chose. And lazy pogging is also a correct answer, but let's see this one. That doesn't help because stuff like that affects different species differently.
I was gonna say, pick the lazy poor gang. I want to see that.
Right, the seeds from the Alps, they weren't affected at all. That means that's not an option. What other options were there if it wasn't the plant's fault? Because the lazy paw gang is a group of cats, that means that doesn't affect cats at all. So cooking cat should be fine. If it wasn't the fog, any of us, or the minion, who do you vote for?
Okay, if the cause of death wasn't one of you, like an accident or suicide, you vote for the person themselves. That clear?
I don't like the idea of guessing randomly. If we're wrong, we die.
Let's not risk it. Not until voting time is forced. How long do we have? You've got a little bit yet, but not much longer.
Hey, you were in the biolab the longest. Was there anything in there that might tell us what happened? Why were there burn marks again?
Well, I ran out immediately, so I'm not sure.
Alright, so this is the background change you actually noticed, or brought to attention.
Yeah, because this is drastically different compared to the last one.
And the previous 3 before that. We have now made it to Canada. There were a few explosions. Okay.
Any of them could have screwed up the lab after I left.
The only explosives were shrooms. You think the shrooms are to blame?
It could have been the eggs, too. Did you forget?
Maybe a chain reaction from the computers.
Okay, it's unlikely, but you should throw it out there anyway. What if it was the minions doing?
See him doing that unless minions have magical powers.
They do not. However, minions doing is the correct answer.
Were there more plants there than just the alpine flowers and shrubs?
Yeah, there were. I assumed the fog and explosions got to them since they weren't there when we re-entered the lab.
That might be the answer.
Huh? How? If they hadn't died, they'd be all over the lab. Someone would have to purposefully kill them after Cooking Cat died if they did. But who'd be crazy enough to fight those things? Those plants are walking nightmares.
The reason they died might have been... Alright, so apples and cherries is the correct answer because of the fact that the minion is a dweller. So, flowers.
Yeah, I was about to say that, the apples and...
I don't think the plants were affected by the fog very much, honestly. At least not lethally. Unless the plant monsters killed each other or were bombs like the Shroms are, I doubt that.
The apples! They were exterminated by the apples!
No, the apples don't explode. Also, I'm pretty sure they're cherries.
It's a pink fruit that goes boom. They can explode if a dweller possesses them. Oh wait, there was a dweller in there. Snatcher's minion is a dweller with a body.
You think he ejected his soul from his body just to kill whatever was inside?
Why would the traitor, of all people, do that?
I intend to find out.
This is getting a bit confusing. Let me try getting this straight.
Alright, let's try putting all the events in order. Alright.
Events are as follows.
Alright, so...
Errol warns everyone. Cooking Cat dies. Minion kills plants. Cat's body found. Yeah.
Alright, so it was the exact same order as the one from Chapter 1. I did not feel like rearranging everything.
Okay, so the owl was in the lab minding his own business when a strong thing blew up the lab and screwed everything up.
I just couldn't remember exactly what the order was. So, had to go off of memory a bit.
After that, he ran away, warning everyone to keep away from it so we wouldn't die.
That's correct.
Cooking Cat went there without knowing because she needed some eggs.
What were you gonna do with those eggs anyway?
Now, Penguin,
Probably for the best she doesn't answer that. It's like, what were you gonna do with those eggs? Not now. We're not going over cannibalism right now, because we know how you guys are about eggs.
So then the minion went off to the biolab next because of being warned about it by the owl and didn't have anything to do with the death. The evidence doesn't really prove it, but there's so much pointing to his innocence that it's hard to argue against. Before trying to hang himself and still nothing because he's on deck. Yeah, and then we found the bodies and freaked out. Yeah, then the killer. Is it actually any of us?
And once again, I fully remember everyone reacting to this with weirdness.
It looks like a JoJo reference or something.
So these are actually, I think I went over this actually in Chapter 3 with the wheel. Was there a wheel? Actually, I don't think the wheel was made yet. So, all of these are trace jobs from Danganronpa. Let me see if I can find that too, and paste that picture for later when I get around to editing this. Alright, now I need to wait for that to open up, but in the meantime, I can at least paste that. since that's already there. So all the characters that we're seeing here were basically a similar job as the one before when I said about the Fire Emblem thing, but instead of Fire Emblem characters, it's now trace jobs of Danganronpa ones.
Fair enough.
And here we go. You see what I mean now?
Oh yeah, definitely. I definitely see it now. And kind of apt how you chose for some of the characters you chose, honestly, for these guys.
Yeah, I tried my best. In the wheel I showed you, Hat Kid is Kaede, which is no surprise considering what happened.
Which one is, Mustache?
Mustache Girls is Akane Owari from Danganronpa 2. Akane is, the gymnast. She's very headstrong and blunt.
Fair enough.
The science...
Tech Owl looks like he's the robot girl from the second or first game. I can't remember which one it is.
Chihiro.
No, the pink-haired one.
Oh, you're thinking of Chiaki then, the gamer girl.
Yeah.
No, the science owl is Chihiro. Which is the guy that looks like a girl.
Fair enough.
The ones that were of particular note to me on this wheel is specifically the Nomad, the Minion, and Hat Kid, because the Nomad is Makoto, the Nomad is Nagito, and Hat Kid's Kaede.
Wait, which one's the Minion again?
The Minion is Nagito, the annoying white-haired guy from Danganronpa 2.
I've never played 2. I actually know nothing about 2, honestly.
He's the guy that's crazy about hope in the same way that Junko's crazy about despair.
Fair enough.
Either way, Nagito, the reason that Nagito and the Makoto ones are noteworthy is because, let's be honest, the Nomad has basically become the Makoto of this group, to the point of it being a joke that he has no personality whatsoever. The Minion is the Nagito because they keep causing problems. And we already got the Hat Kid Kaede one, considering how that turned out.
That sounds about right.
I'd also like to point out that the Minion's portrait is just sitting over here because the Minion fell onto it.
Fair enough.
Why?
We'll have to interrogate him to find out.
I'll handle it, okay?
You? The goody two-shoes? Unless you bring someone who can get more aggressive. I'm not getting my hopes up then.
I don't think I'll have to be aggressive.
Are you guys ready to vote yet?
We're ready. We just have to vote for Cooking Cat, since it was an accident.
Assuming you're correct that it was indeed an accident, yes. Well, looks like you guys solved the case of Cooking Cat's death. You were right. The death was because of the plant monsters in the biolab, and nobody was blackened. You want the details since you couldn't figure all of it out?
Yes? What happened?
This is probably gonna be gruesome if he wants to talk about it.
So,
oh, that's fair.
One of those tubes had become active and blew up, which released all the other plants due to a chain reaction. The one explosion had a ripple effect. I was surprised that the owl hadn't bit the dust. So, the lab was full of every hostile plant that would want to eat you alive you could possibly imagine.
Alright, so The 3 plants that we see here, this blue one, yellow one, and pink one, those are cut enemies of the game that were supposed to be in Subcon Forest.
Okay.
Some of them were 3 or 4 times as tall as me. That's just the height. They were huge.
Yeah, some of those plants were giant.
The fog caught the little cat off guard. That recoil time from getting hit in the face with smoke, that was all they needed to swarm her. They knocked her out immediately and dragged her into their domain. Have their parents never taught them not to play with their food? Yeah, you know, poke it, position it fancily, use it as bait, stuff like that. But, oh man, was that bone crunch loud. I bet it'd have hurt if she was awake.
We don't want that level of detail. You're sick. And what about
He
the
is.
subconnect?
He entered at just the right time to see her final moments of being eaten alive by a walking salad. Ironic how she died by getting eaten, isn't it? What he did? Now that surprised me. Yes, he did use his spirit to kill every last one of those things. I didn't even have to ask him to do it for me.
What did he do after that? At that point, all we know is that he...
I'm not sure why he did it. I thought it was to make things more complicated for you guys. After all, it's more fake evidence. But that doesn't really line up.
So, no execution this time?
All of the monsters were killed, and there's no blackened. There's nothing to execute. All right, everyone. Dismissed. And take my minion with you. I have to prepare the 5th floor, and I am not babysitting him while I get the next floor ready.
Fair.
Right, character survival recount.
Bum, 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 bum.
And then there were 8.
And then there were 8.
You're glad that an execution didn't happen. You partially expected one for reasons. King Cat is dead now. Angst, angst, angst.
Angst, angst.
What do you want, kid?
You attempt to make friendly conversation after what just happened.
I don't want your pity, kid. Out!
That went about as well as you expected. You try again anyway.
Did you not get the idea from out? I want to be alone right now.
Well, at the very least, you're going to get food from the fridge and cook something because you're hungry. You attempt to start cooking noodles, but the heat won't turn on.
What? Is the stove broken now? Oh, come on already!
Okay, how about some fruit? Just gotta wash off the fruit, and the sink's broken too.
This place is seriously the biggest hole I've ever been in. And I've been in Mafia HQ.
She goes right up to the nearest camera.
Snatcher, the kitchen is broken!
I am in the middle of something here.
Great.
The kitchen is broken!
The kitchen is broken. I am in the middle of something here. Great. Alright, you doubt this is a normal malfunction considering the stakes. You investigate. The pipes under the sink are not connected anymore.
Oh, I doubt Rust is to blame for that. What about the stove?
You don't see anything wrong with the parts. Oh, there's not enough gas in it.
It wasn't like this earlier when we were playing Old Maid. When did this happen?
So sometime during the murder investigation, Conductor made a pipe bomb.
Huh.
That's what he was doing during the murder investigation. Because he was more focused on getting that ready for a scene we'll see later.
Better watch your back.
Impressive.
That is very hard to get rid of. You wouldn't want someone setting you on fire.
I mean, considering what was going on and how big the building is by this point, we had 4 floors to work with. Chances are he would have had plenty of time to do that while everyone was in the lab. Because the lab is on the 4th floor, the kitchen's on the 1st.
Yeah, so if everyone's around investigating, whatever it is investigating, then
he probably would have had a much easier time ruining the stove and the sink for everybody to make himself a bomb.
Yeah.
Thought those were grease fires.
That too. Fire is bad. Go figure.
For as much of a huge jerk as she is, you can't help but feel bad for her, considering nobody really likes her and her closest friend here just died. And after seeing the purple orb of her, you can see why she's so screwed up. Should you tell her this? Yes or no?
You're the one playing the game. The choice is yours.
I think if you... I don't remember, but I think if you hit no, you pretty much skip a crap ton of dialogue. So, yeah. You decide to open up about the Purple Rift.
So, you know what I've been through now. And yet you're still treating me like I'm a stranger.
She makes it so hard to be nice to her now that she thinks you're all villains. It's like anything you try saying to her comes off as an attack.
Are you really trying to say that creepily stalking me and tracking my history is supposed to be a good thing?
Can't you just shut up with this everyone is evil crap for 5 seconds already? You're trying to patch things up between the two of you.
What's the catch, kid?
There isn't one. You're not opposed to teaming up and going on adventures being a mafia. You do all that all the time now. But screwing up history to kill off all the mafia was going too far, since not all mafia are jerks. Just both of them.
Name one mafia that wasn't a sword.
Let's see, there's the goofy one that died around Trial 3, the barkeep gave you a confidence boost, but there's also a lot that just act like normal people and talk about TV or recent problems.
They created for the island, mind you.
No disagreements there, but still. Just because a lot of them are terrible doesn't mean all of them are terrible. The world's not as much of a dumpster fire as she seems to think it is.
Look, I'm not forgiving the mafia for what they did to my home and my neighbors.
And that's understandable, but all of them?
None of the mafia are good people. They do awful things just for the sake of it. They're all evil.
That's kinda racist. You mean prejudiced. There's absolutely no way you're gonna make her budge on that one. The pain caused by bad mafia has already become ingrained into her and made it personal. You're trying to patch things up and you're failing miserably.
At least tell me you're fine with killing mafia.
Well, punting them off a boat into the freezing ocean is kind of satisfying, in a cruel, sadistic way. You should really stop doing that, even though it's super fun and tempting.
Now that I like. You tossed a mafia overboard a ship in the middle of a freezing ocean. I bet he won't be coming back anytime soon.
He came back on the ship a little later.
You're ruining
Yay, revival because of how the game's mechanics work. You attempt to use her greatest interest as a starting point, slaughtering criminals. And you know someplace much worse than Mafia Town, the Metro.
it. Possibly be worse than the mafia?
The Yakuza. She better grab a chair if she wants to hear about real dangerous scumbags that have complete domination of the whole Metro to the point that everyone is a part of her gang. Now that is a problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
This I gotta hear. Is solitaire supposed to be fun? I'm not having fun.
Am I in heck yet?
You're awake!
Why?
Hey, look me in the eyes right now.
No. Just leave me alone.
No way I am doing that now.
You don't care.
Yes, I do care. I care about everyone here.
The longer this killing game goes on, the more you sound like a true Danganronpa protagonist.
Yeah.
Is it because I'm a beacon of hope and emotional stability in a group of misfits? Because that's what I was trying for, so nobody would feel the need to hurt each other.
That's one of my favorite lines. You have the personality of a bag of hair.
Why does everyone keep implying I'm boring? Whatever, that's not the point.
I think this is the start of I think this trial specifically is when it started to become a joke that, to the point that the Nomad was like, can you guys stop insulting me?
Yeah.
The point is they are trying to make friends with everyone while we waste away delaying our inevitable deaths.
Is that so wrong? To try to be the emotional support person for everyone?
The world will eat you alive. Life is unfair and painful. What did I do to deserve being frozen as a kid and dying?
That was Vanessa's fault, not yours. She shouldn't have done that.
Yeah. When I finally try doing the right thing, you just get hurt so much more. I try doing the right thing, and guess what? We are still stuck here. People are getting killed for no good reason, and half of us are slaves to... yeah.
So, there really are more traitors.
Not that those idiots know.
They don't?
Dumb talent that cloud.
this was the exact moment you figured out that the Death Wish bosses were the traitors.
Yeah. It is kind of an obvious thing there.
Wait, slow down. I'm not following.
It won't matter. Nothing matters.
I want to address the core issue that made him try to... But how do I go around wording it?
So, about what happened in the biolab?
Oh yeah, I guess it's real.
No, not cooking cat. I want to know about...
You want to try making me feel good because you pity me for what?
I'm not a therapist. This is the best I can do.
No.
Well, it's the role you've been in most frequently recently. So, I thought it might make you feel less sad.
Yay, drama.
Drama indeed.
It seems like I'm really good at comedy and drama. How do we keep...
And then somehow combining the two.
Yay, I make everything hilarious and also miserable. Somehow I managed to make it work.
I make miserable comedy.
Yay, 1 minute.
It sounds worse when you say it out loud.
Yay, I'm able to make Mustache Girl committing violence funny by making her call Carmelita her mom. And then they blow up, and then Mustache Girl blows up Omega from Mass Effect to kill all the criminals. Mustache Girl, what have I said about blowing up cities? We're not terrorists. Please put the C4 away.
Oh.
I hadn't met you.
Mood whiplash! Based on what we just
Mood whiplash!
We're making jokes and this guy's having a personal crisis.
Yeah.
Why? Why did you have to make me feel like that? If you just stayed away like a normal person, then I would have been content with my life.
The thing about people is that once you experience something good, it can be very hard to go back.
Yeah.
So because the minion here now knows what it's like having a friend, it's hard for him to not want to keep having said friend. You know?
Yeah. It's like that for anything, it's like that for any experience, really.
Yeah.
It's why you kind of feel that sense of a mild emptiness whenever you finish a good game or good book or good story or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of the times I wind up hating the credits theme the most in any soundtrack just because I don't want the thing to be over. Like, when I play The Simpsons Hit and Run, and I get to the mission where you have to climb up Mr. Burns' power plant tower, you know, the one with the UFO crashed into it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Sure.
So, that's... When you get to that part, it starts playing the credits theme. That's the point where I start feeling empty, is when I hear that theme. Because, like, I know the ending is coming, and I don't want it to be over yet. Now, Simpsons Hit and Run is ending. I'm not done making Apu run over everybody yet.
Yeah.
I have lived in servitude to the Snatcher so long now that I forgot what life was like before Vanessa flipped out and ruined her life. I got used to it. I thought I could live like that forever. And then you showed up and actually tried hanging out with me. You were literally the only one willing to do so. And now I'm stuck remembering that life used to not completely suck. I used to have friends, hobbies, freedom, a life. Now I'm huddled with Stockholm Syndrome.
Isn't that where you had positive feelings towards captors or oppressors?
I really believe that it gives me other people's mail because he cares about me despite the cartoonishly evil villain.
You can't live like that. That's terrible.
I know.
So, it's my fault then that you've been so miserable lately.
Yes, that's more
Indirectly, yes.
I've been dealing with that realization, you abandoning me,
It do take a long time to sort out the emotional baggage. Yay, the Alpine Nomad is currently playing therapist.
Well, sometimes you need someone like that.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't be making jokes right now.
Do you feel better now?
A little.
That's good to hear. What did you mean that your plans didn't work out?
Right, you think our plan before was killing Hatty, don't you?
I thought we were talking about the keeping everyone separated thing.
Minion looks around to see if anyone's spying on them.
I said something bad, didn't
Okay, I need to get this out of my system. You're good at keeping secrets.
I? Hit me with it. I won't tell anyone.
It's the least I can do. Whispers into their ear hoodie thing.
Mustache girl, conductor, mafia boss, and
What about them? You just name-dropped the traitors, didn't you?
the worst part is that they don't know. Again, someone else turned their lives away. I tried and tried to keep them away from the others, but that penguin is glued to grooves, and the other two are so stubborn. If boss gets impatient and forces another trial to happen, he'll force control over them, and that penguin is screwed.
I think it's at this point that we pretty much know that the penguin is probably going to be dead by the next chapter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Winning a cruise would just be asking for him to distrust you too.
More I have to say.
I'm listening.
The Nomad has been informed of all major plot points the minion and the players know about by this point. What's going on outside, the traitors, and Trial 3's hidden betrayal.
I shouldn't have doubted you.
You were right that trial 3 was rigged. I'm pretty sure doubting you would be the smart choice.
So I was right to have hope that she's still out there.
I'm not so sure anymore. I expected time being reversed before this ever even happened, and then boom, we're saved. Like it never happened. But nothing happened.
Well, we don't know how this stuff works yet. Maybe it'll just take some time until it gets fixed. Maybe she's out fixing it right now.
I want to believe that, and I did at first, but was I wrong?
You don't really believe she just abandoned us, right? Okay, what about the Boy Kid's timepiece that Snatcher still has? I doubt she'd leave it behind.
That is true.
If she's as selfish as you say, she'll be back for that. No doubt.
Hackett is a very selfish little girl. Let's be honest.
But then again, you could also say what kid isn't.
Hey, I have an idea. Let's go crash a cruise ship because I need another hourglass for my collection.
It makes sense, but what's taking her so long? She have to get out there and that way?
Man, the minion is so hard to hear.
Yeah.
Did she die in collapsing reefs before and come back?
Yeah, she did. Probably because of the timepiece.
See? If there's even a chance we can get through this, we have to take it. I mean, the alternative is live here forever as Snatcher's toys until he feels like breaking us in half.
That's not a great alternative. I need time to think about this.
You signed the contract to get your body, right? How do you make a contract null and void?
Why are you asking?
What would happen if those Death Wish contracts and your contract were burned in a fire?
Oh no, Makoto's becoming a pyro. I'm sorry,
Suicide mission.
It seems like jokes come naturally to me even when we're having a melodramatic moment.
We know what you're like at this point, Rookie.
How is this any different?
Yeah, I think everyone knows how much of a crazy I can be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
I guess it isn't, but
Alright, I forgot. I'm supposed to be reading things out loud when they're thinking.
You need someone to listen to you, okay?
thanks. Just keep what I said in mind, okay? They don't realize they're bound by the contract, so being near them could kill you. It's possible to place for privacy. But I thought Steve, because there's no cameras in there.
He just now noticed that. How didn't I notice that sooner?
That's great news. We can have important conversations and plans here. Oh, but Snatcher would get suspicious if everyone went in all at once, huh?
Yeah, so we have to plan the meeting without him knowing. 12 noon, the day after tomorrow. Be here so we can talk.
I'll be there.
What's with the cards, by the way?
Solitaire. It was supposed to pass the time while I waited for you to wake up so I could apologize.
The cards are gonna get soggy.
They're laminated.
Well, whatever. Pass me some cards. I need a huge right now.
Can I ask why this whole murder torture thing is modeled after Danganronpa?
Boss, why is the fridge full of poison? I thought you wanted them to suffer for a long time.
Well, I guess it's better than being dead.
Sorry, but in the long run, it was better than everything being ready to kill us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The alternative... Snatcher was just gonna outright kill everyone immediately, but the main's like, no, let's make this take a while.
Let's turn this into a game.
I don't even remember what reason the minion had for A, knowing what Danganronpa even was in the first place, or B, why he cares enough to let everyone survive a bit longer. Whatever, we need the plot to move forward. If everyone dies, there's no plot. Might be able to get that teleporter working without Snatcher knowing if I work in here then. But I have to waterproof it. So now, we established before with that joke segment that the Science Owl was trying to make a teleporter using the TV.
Yep.
And now we got confirmation that that was indeed what he was doing. How do I waterproof a TV set?
Oh. Conductor.
And we know what that means. Now.
Yeah.
Oh crap, is he a traitor like Grooves? I couldn't hear what he whispered. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap.
I'm only gonna ask you this one more time, and I better hear the right answer.
You shouldn't have tried hiding this.
Do you really want to hear this? So you finally admit you knew. Took you long enough. I'm sorry, but I thought that it's just not a wound you reopen like that. Intimidating you is much easier than I thought.
I thought I'd have to use this to scare him and pray he doesn't call my bluff. I haven't attempted murder yet, and I don't plan on starting now.
No, it's just... I've kept my beak shut about that for so long because it... What is that thing in your pocket? Oh, this is nothing. It looks like you have a pipe in there. I can't take these nightmares anymore. I just can't talk, or I'll back an end to you. Oh, okay, calm down. I'll talk. But what is it?
Calm down. You can't get blackened now. For once, try to be civil. For once, try to be civil. He knows he's a dick. I'm sorry, I'm ruining the moment again, aren't I?
No, not in the slightest.
Hey, makeshift pipe bomb. You made a bomb? Yes. How? When? Doesn't matter. You're not gonna kill me, are you? Please, I'm begging you to talk. Don't make me do this just so I can get out of here to find out. Just, if I have to do this, I will.
You thought the Death Road to Canada inventory during the entire trial was just for show, didn't you? Nope, he actually had a pipe bomb in his pockets during court.
We all agreed to never speak of the Manor incident ever again. Ever. The Manor incident? But I should have told you. I should have, once I saw it was causing damage. Hold on. What's the Manor incident? Grab a seat. This will take a while.
Thank pecking God. This room is filled with too many anime weave
So, we can leave now, right? It's cramped in here.
Yeah, let's get going already.
Not so fast. This thing is still loaded, and I don't accept defeat that easily.
She must be.
Must be what?
Made of iron.
You gotta find a better way of talking to Timmy. Every time Timmy talks, it's just silence, and Thor has to play interpreter.
So you won't let us through, no matter what.
That little girl had stolen my property, and I don't take kindly to betrayal. You have a lot of guts to come back here, child. Maybe I'd respect you if you hadn't crossed me.
Technically, she stole your timepieces first, usually through her goons. If she wants her money back, she can keep it. You have no use for it.
Greetings, fellow users of the Metro.
What the heck is a CAW agent doing here?
There is no delicate way of putting this. You, ma'am, are the owner of the totally not sketchy jewelry store, correct? If you are considering shooting me down, don't. You wouldn't want some of your totally not sketchy deeds being leaked to the authorities, right? I'm blackmailing you, so shut up and put down the bazooka.
The Empress looks at him thoroughly from where she currently is. Yay, I made the CAW agent competent.
Death is quite the experience.
That's still on.
Yay.
Correct. Take a guess as to what will happen if you shoot.
This backup will tell the cops. And my backup plan of destroying the elevator's cables while they're inside is no longer a viable option. I've been dealt checkmate. How agonizing.
The bitter taste of pure defeat.
That felt so good. I haven't been able to take down crime in so long. How about we make an arrangement?
I don't like where this is going.
Instead of trying to kill us, instead, you try to help us.
You want to blackmail me into helping you.
Have you not noticed the strange rainbow colors and waviness yet? Something is happening that needs to be fixed.
Yeah, like, we can already kind of see the background is kind of going through the rainbow right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can kind of see the rainbow already.
Yeah. I try to remember that cereal commercial. Something the rainbow, taste the rainbow. What was that?
You mean Skittles?
Skittles, that's it. But I still don't remember the phrase exactly. Blank the rainbow, taste the rainbow. I can't make that joke if I don't remember what it is. Oh well, I get the point. Continuing with the cat crime would be pretty hard if the world gets completely messed up.
I suppose I don't have a choice.
Excellent.
Wow, that was pretty impressive.
What about him, though?
I'm not so sure we'd be able to convince him to help us.
Something to convince him to help. Maybe the island he lived on before Mafia Town?
I haven't been there in so long. I sometimes miss it.
The world is slowly being destroyed, so maybe if he wants both places to not be all messed up forever, he should help you.
Oh, God. Why do you have to be right?
That actually worked.
All right, kid with the hat.
I need to throw away this can. I keep messing up.
Very valid points. But I want to settle this mafia style one more time when we're done.
You're still gonna lose, but sure, as long as we get this done.
That's a good point. Hat Kid, a word? Is it a good idea to bring these two on the ship? What if they steal one of your timepieces?
You definitely want to avoid a repeat of that. God knows you can't trust some of these ding-dongs.
Mafia Town is pretty much cleared. We could make that our new base for everyone to hang out at.
That's not a bad idea. You should all head over there to regroup if you can. But going back and forth might take forever, though.
Well, it doesn't take that long by boat.
Later at the hidden meeting room in Mafia HQ.
Kid, one of my mafia wants to have a word with you.
You'd rather not be punched.
Hello, Space Child.
Ah, okay, that's much less painful.
This is basic operation for your adventures?
It's temporary until the truces with the mobster bosses ends.
Right. Boss and scary cat lady hate you. Probably not trust them with shiny personal belongings. Mafia board now, there's the spaceman to sift through. Mafia will be around to talk. What areas...
Goofy Mafia joined the group.
This is a parody of Fire Emblem we're going through at the moment.
It's a parody of old JRPG. All of the same sort of formula when it comes to that sort of thing.
Fire Emblem isn't a JRPG, it's more of a strategy RPG.
It's still got the, well...
It still has RPG elements.
Yeah. Still the classic RPG, though.
Tammy dealt with Mafia Town, the Alps, most of the ocean regions, which are bare in terms of major issues. Just got back from the Metro, which used Deadbird and Subcon. You can't exactly tell that from Mafia HQ, you'd have to see firsthand.
That's a problem, being unfixable, if too much time is wasted.
Yes and no. So long as we're doing something to fix it, the overall problem for the plant will lessen a little, and you get more time to fix it. They will all get rerun like the Mafia Bus was or die forever, whatever the time-space continuum decides.
So that is why boss know about magic hourglass and has body back. That sure is strange.
Alright, so... I don't
now for all the ending scenes.
I don't remember most of these being very interesting, so I think I'm just going to go through the ones that I actually found interesting, and that would be... the backers, Seal and Cooking Cat, and maybe some other ones. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Alright, the backers. This one is interesting.
Cool video.
Well, most of them are just not all that interesting, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of them were me trying to make something happen, and me trying to make it work, and forcing the joke doesn't always work. Looks like these two are discussing video games. Take guesses to which one.
What do you mean the game is T for teen? It's cute as heck.
I'm pretty sure Cute as Heck is a tagline for Hat in Time. And
yeah, I think it actually is, yeah.
And also, I did not know the game was T for teen until, like, a year or two after playing it. It's like, what do you mean the game is rated T? Right, anyways.
I know, right? I thought for sure it was E10.
Okay, aside from that, have you tried the new challenge mode in chapters?
Yeah.
You don't sound too thrilled.
Not to sound ungrateful considering I got it when it was free, but those contracts get sawed off. And how about that cruise?
Yeah, I got the Arctic Cruise Seal the Deal thing back when it was free, and I still didn't like it. What'd you say?
Oh, I didn't say anything, sorry.
Oh, I thought you said something.
When did you play the mode? I played it immediately after release.
I started a couple weeks ago.
That's why. The mode was patched a lot. Bosses and collapses had waiting timers if you failed 3 times.
Wait, why?
I know that they changed some of that, but I think I got one of the facts wrong with that. I think there's still some waiting timers, and I think the collapses still have the waiting timers. Not sure about bosses, and I know they removed a lot of them for other areas. But even still, like, there shouldn't be waiting timers in any of the levels at all in the first place. All that does is just waste our time and make us more angry.
Especially as it's a single-player game.
Yeah.
No idea. All it did was upset me that the game forced me to take a break.
Oh, at least it's better now. Ooh, I just had the best idea! Let's try it co-op!
But, it's a single-player mode.
Not with some modification, it isn't!
Wouldn't that ruin the point of the challenge mode being a challenge?
Oh, come on! It'll be fun!
It does sound pretty fun.
Honestly, I think I would actually enjoy it if Death Wish was multiplayer, simply because Death Wish sucks as it is. And it's
I
not.
can't remember. I don't think I've ever tried it in multiplayer. So, do you share a HP bar, or do you each have your own in multiplayer?
I mean, it's a mod, so no. It plays like standard Hat in Time if we do it with mods, because Death Wish does not have multiplayer naturally.
Yeah, and I don't know how multiplayer works naturally in Hat in Time. That's why I'm asking, do you share a HP bar, or do you each have your own?
You each have your own HP bar, and as you collect pawns, if someone dies, you wind up reviving them. That's how multiplayer works.
Fair enough, because I was going to say, if you share a HP bar, Death Wish would be a pain, and yeah.
No, you don't share it. You share it. You bleh, bleh, bleh. You do not share your HP bar, you have separate health bars. But, like, imagine Pawn Rush with 2 people. That would be so much less of a pain in the tush. And the community levels really shouldn't be Death Wish levels in the first place because they are so casual compared to everything else that the mode has to offer.
Yeah, I think I remember that as well.
You know, something is about to go horribly wrong if the seals do literally anything.
Yay! I'm helping. You burned down the entire kitchen preparing a glass of water.
The seal was one of the funnier ones to make support conversations for.
I guess that's not a completely terrible thing, but now I don't have a stove to work with. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll go get you some water. That's to make things better.
Wasn't a glass of water what started all this in the first place?
Yes.
I love the fact that you knew exactly what that meant before it even got shown as to what that meant.
You mean in the video being like, wait, weren't those lava?
Exactly.
Wait, what process were they referring to? Oh no, the town's on fire again.
I love the fact that partway through Cooking Cat's sentence, you're like, wait a minute. Like, you knew exactly where this was going. You remembered that mission. It's like, wait, where is this going? Oh, God.
I didn't remember any of the lines. I've just got the exact same natural reaction each time, I guess.
Cooking Cat and the Seal have achieved F- support. Alright, let's... Alright, we're done here. Those were the only 2 that were actually interesting. The rest are kind of boring.
Fair.
Alright, credits! Took a lot of pecking people to make this possible, so let's give them recognition. Thanks to these guys for beta testing the level. I wanted feedback on the plot of this trial, for pretty obvious reasons, alongside the bug and error reports, so the feedback was appreciated. Guzzbloon, Sergeant Popper, Wolf Clock, and Mr. Pinball 64. Credit to Bitbee, who played the Conductor, Snatcher, and the Science Owl, Madoka Nobu, who voiced Kaw, Classic Times, who voiced Grooves, Dr. Tree Frog, who voiced the Minion Empress, X-Wasp, who played the Penguin, Mafia Goof, and Yakuza Cat, Wolf Clock, who played Becker A, Monica Ward, who played Mustache Girl, the Nomad, Becker B, the Seal, and Cooking Cat, Matt Barr, who played Thor, and didn't reprise the role for the final chapter, Tom Petrarca, who voiced the Mafia boss, for lending their voices to the project. I remember that Thor's voice actor wound up asking me if I was going to make sure the audio balancing was better. I told him in a reply that I couldn't guarantee that. He never replied back, and that was pretty much when all communication ended.
Yeah. I think I remember that. You telling me about that at the time.
Yeah. Honestly, that didn't feel very great, saying I can't really guarantee that because I'm a newbie at this, and then just having no communication from him afterwards.
Yeah, that's a him problem at that point. It's like, if you're on this sort of thing and you know the person you're working with is new at this sort of thing, you gotta give credit. credit where credit's due for them, you know?
Yeah. I never thought something I made would get far enough for something like this. I honestly never thought I'd ever have voice actors for my projects.
Heck, if Classy Amanda were here from the very first chapter, they've been with you for quite a while at this point.
Who? Say again?
Classy Amanda. Manok, even.
Hold on. Classy
and Manok.
Oh, Classy and Minokadobo. Okay.
Yeah.
I got confused because I thought you were saying something else and it wasn't making any sense. But yeah, Classy Times and Minokadobo have both been a part of my projects for however long now. Unfortunately, Minokadobo isn't coming back for the next project because they don't have time for it. But
yeah, I mean, that's fair. People have their own lives, so you can only do what you can.
Yeah. But even then, these projects take years to make, so... And I'm not... And you know for a fact how I am about deadlines. I may not like it if you miss it, but I will give you a wide berth. And by wide berth, I mean a very, very, very wide berth. Let's be honest, the voice line accounts that I'm asking for is like 50 to 100, maybe 150 at most, every month and a half. It only takes like a couple of hours to do that.
Yeah. Well, you do need to but as a voice actor, you do need to make sure you're in the right condition to be able to do the voices properly, so...
Even still, something is better than nothing. I don't like having to wait too long for voice lines. It just gives me anxiety.
I get that.
Because as I said before, it's like, oh god, no one's getting their lines in. Am I gonna have to can everything? What's happening? It just gives me an anxiety flare-up.
Yeah.
Alright, moving on. Thanks to Star Shoals for helping figure out how the outline function worked and Crash for the cell shading one. Those were used during the battle cutscene with the backers versus the cats. That's why backers A and B had outlines around them. And look cell shaded. I wanted to try and get that to look good.
Fair enough.
Here's the Rift token for getting through the Director Showdown. We all knew it was going to happen at some point. Those two just can't seem to get along. That was the Rebuttal Showdown between Grooves and Conductor, and it's worded like this because whichever one is your dead bird loser is the one you're playing as. So it's not guaranteed you're playing as Grooves for that segment. Here's a Rift token for getting through the first non-stop debate and slowly getting past the idea that everyone is trying to kill everybody all the time. It's a chilly piece of fabric bringing through the second debate. An explosive yarn for making a manga. That would be the comic panel one at the end. Here's some 12-er yarn for completely debunking everything during the mass panic debate. Fast-running yarn for getting through the depressing part. A Rift token for proving that the minion wasn't dead yet. I didn't even catch what that said. Whoops.
Yeah. You're always very generous with all this stuff you gave.
I seem to be overly generous with everything I do. Just in general. Why am I invisible? There we go.
A mod out, perhaps, or...
Why do I have a tail?
Why do you have a tail? I have no idea why you have a tail.
I don't either. What mod do I have installed that this happened?
That moment where nothing makes sense because you have no clue what mods you have anymore.
I think I have a character customization mod on here somewhere, but I don't remember why it was activated, because I think I turned that one off. Wait, I know how I can fix this, I'm pretty sure. Let's swap over to the no, well, that didn't work. Usually that works.
Subconite with a tail.
Usually that works. Oh well. Okay, do you think we have time for another one? It's been like 3 hours, I think.
I mean, it's about 10 o'clock in the evening for me.
It's up to you.
Given how long we take, and I know Chapter 5 is actually a bit of a longer one, probably not, unfortunately.
Alright. We could probably get through at least some of the things that are in it, though. The bonus content from the, cheat codes. Would that be okay?
Bonus content from cheat codes?
You don't remember the cheat codes, do you?
No.
Alright, well... Okay, now I'm recording. I forgot I had stopped recording partway through the first loading screen before I had to stop everything. Just to see if that would save up on bandwidth or whatever. Alright. We entered in the first secret code for Trial 5. I'm certain almost everyone is wondering where I've been this whole time. Time colliding with itself and everything merging the way it is. The thing is, I was on a different planet at the time, dealing with its own time distortions. We now have Hatty added to the plot. If I were to describe Earth's use of things like time twisters, third energy, or inexplicable time rewinding abilities with no explanation, we'd be here all day. Those are 3 different references. The Time Twister machine is from Crash Bandicoot 3, Third Energy is from the Dino Crisis franchise, and inexplicable time rewinding powers is in reference to Max from Life is Strange.
Fair enough. All of which appear in the next game.
I think all of them appear in what we're about to see, actually.
Oh, okay.
I'm on a quest to save the planet from all matter of time and anomaly, save the world and put an end to this madness. Unfortunately, Pop Sensation Sayaka. So this one's a random joke that I'm not sure if you get. You remember Danganronpa 1 had Sayaka, the ultimate pop sensation?
Yeah.
Yumi from Ape Escape 3. Her Japanese name is Sayaka. They changed her name from Sayaka to Yumi for the American release.
Why?
I don't know. It doesn't sound any less Japanese.
Was Sayaka just too hard for Americans to say or something?
I don't know. I don't know why they changed her name from Yumi to from Sayaka to Yumi, and K's from Satoru to K. It doesn't make sense. They're both, all 4 of those names sound Japanese. It's not like when they changed Kakeru to Spike, or Hiroki to Jake, or Natsumi to Natalie. All 4 of those names I just mentioned sound Japanese. Alright, so anyways, the joke here is about Yumi is that, Sayaka Maizono from Danganronpa 1 was the first one to die. So the joke here is, why are you people saying I'm dead? Sayaka died first. Am I explaining the joke right?
Yep.
Okay. I gotta deal with this DR crap first. Don't ask me how a bunch of highly trained combatants wound up yelling at each other in court. Even I don't know how I wound up in this. Seems to be a common thing for this scenario. Right now, what matters is discovering the truth of the murder. Stuck in a courtroom with mostly time-traveling heroes and platforming experts, and one of them is a murderer. This ought to be interesting. Your reaction to this was golden, I should add. I know I have that recorded here somewhere, and I am definitely going to throw it at you.
First reactions are always golden, but I can't help but wonder how bad it is.
Wait, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, that sounds about typical.
This was well before I went insane. This was
This was the start of the insanity.
This was before Cutting the Branches and Trial 6 of Trigger Hatty Havoc happened. This was the start of the cracks forming in my sanity. Before everything fell apart, because remember, this was a cheat code segment that was basically meant for a joke and nothing more. Until it wound up becoming its own trial, with Trial another episode. Alright, here's the evidence, / piano, Sayaka's account, third energy. Alright, let's start with alibis. This part does not have voice acting. I was in my room by myself at the time. Toro was playing a video game at the time. There's still a lot of dog tags I haven't gotten in that game yet. I was trying to find my watch. I really, really need to find it. I was trying to find the ghost. I think it might be here in the courtroom. What did you say? Miku talks way too... She needs to speak up.
Yeah.
I said I was trying to find a ghost. You're not very loud most of the time. It seems like we have no solid alibis yet. Alright, just gotta follow Makoto's example and shoot lies with the truth. Where do I even start? The answer is no solid alibis because of Sayaka's account.
Oh god, this part.
We have to keep in mind that Komaru is from the only Danganronpa game that has a proper shooter. Her truth bullets actually hurt. I swear I didn't mean to do that. Hey, what was that for? I'm not shooting at you. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. You're sure she meant to make a counter-argument? Yeah, I was trying to say that Sayaka and Tora just vouch for each other. I thought that was pretty obvious. Ow. Now we can continue, and the segment's over. I'm not making this level have 3 freaking trials in it. That'll take forever. Oh, and to the players that typed this password in, thanks for playing it. Alright.
Good times.
Alright, so that was the first one. Robic. I think the next one is 2 Snakes. Alright. Yes. Alright, I think this was my attempt at animating an action sequence. Yeah, let's just get to the action sequence. You can tell I cannot animate for anything whatsoever.
Hey, early initial animations is not the worst.
You can tell I'm trying, but it's not that good. Alright, so we saw the good part, let's just move on. Alright, next up is Rops, which should be the third one. Alright, this is when these guys got to Subcon, which, if we remember correctly, these guys did get to go to Subcon by the time we got to Trial 6. I'm pretty sure they were screaming because of Mark's jokes happening at the time.
Yeah, probably.
In case anyone forgot... Oh, right. More Fire Emblem references. moving on from that. So, what was I gonna say? Right. Miku's camera is how she exorcises ghosts. So, that was that thing.
Yep. Oh, I know that one.
And she did.
And everything.
And while I did skip her dialogue, the offhand joke that came from her dialogue, going to Toggle to train. Toggle is one of the locations of Monster Rancher. She actually is one of the monsters you can raise in Monster Rancher for some reason. It's because both games were made by the same company, so she's an Easter egg character.
And so they made her an actual raisable creature.
Yes. I can show you a picture of that as well. Or you could look it up. That would probably be faster at the moment. Alright, Blackout is the last one, or no, not the last one. The fourth one, and if I remember correctly, this is the Vanessa segment.
Interesting.
I remember making this one specifically because you like Darkest Dungeon. This was specifically made to try and appeal to you.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember you saying... Good old Darkest Dungeon. Classic thing.
Alright, there's one left. And this one I know you didn't go through.
Oh?
It's the director's commentary.
Ah.
Hello everyone, welcome to the director's commentary. I'm the mod creator here to answer a bunch of questions you guys probably weren't actually asking but are interesting to know regardless. The facts are sorted by trial and a general or miscellaneous category. Please select one. General and miscellaneous is first. What would you like to know about in this category? My biggest regrets. Alright. I have not seen this director's commentary in forever, so this will be interesting for me to read as well.
Okay.
Because I don't remember what's all in here.
So basically the difference in feeling then compared to now.
Yeah, because this mod was made how many years ago? Probably 7?
A lot.
Alright, so... my biggest misstep was not doing anything interesting with the penguin or grooves by comparison to the owl and conductor. Beta elements play a major part of the story, and I intended to use beta elements for both to make things more interesting with them. This was a problem because grooves and the moon acts barely changed at all, while the Science Express and conductor changed multiple times drastically. So that was one of my biggest regrets at the time. Who to kill and when. Let's say that again.
Your thoughts now in comparison?
I think my biggest regrets now... well, keeping in mind that a lot has changed in my skill set, I think my biggest regrets is the animation being so poor.
I mean, that's a skill difference, not really... You can't really regret... Oh, I'm sorry. I regret the fact I didn't skill back then as I do now.
Aside from that, then, I guess the way I handled Cooking Cat was not all that great, considering her and Mustache Girl did not bond enough for Cooking Cat's death to really feel like it should have impacted Mustache Girl as much as it actually did.
Alright.
Aside from that and how I basically favoritismed Conductor and the Owl, I think that's pretty much all. Who to kill and when. Aside from Trial 1, which was improvised like crazy, but the concept of Mafia Boss died and Mustache Girl was accused but didn't do it, being the premise, all Trial's culprits and victims were decided. I decided to select one character from each chapter, plus one character that doesn't easily fit into any specific chapter as finalist. Variety, it's the spice of life. Chapter 1, Mustache Girl, Goofy Mafia, Mafia Boss, and Cooking Cat. So basically, these are the 4 I had to choose, and only one of them would be a finalist. And I chose Mustache Girl. Chapter 2, The Owl, the Penguin, Grooves, Caw, and the Conductor. So, Grooves and Conductor are both options that I chose because of how Trial 5 went. Chapter 3, The Minion, is the only available option. So I guess they're gonna make it. Chapter 4, The Nomad, is also the only option. So those 2 were pretty much guaranteed to make it from the start. Based on how I went about things. Miscellaneous. Hat Kid, Bo Kid, Timmy, the Badge Seller, and the Tourist. So I killed Hat Kid off in Chapter 3, and Timmy was already dead by the time I was deciding this, so Bo Kid wound up with the survivor spot.
Which makes sense.
I pretty much already knew that minor characters had the lowest probability of survival, as major characters have much more importance and personality to work with. The Minion and Nomad were exceptions, as they were the only characters from their respective chapters. Even at this point, I had decided that your choice of Deadbird winner would decide which director makes it out alive. The order of the trial concepts and thus deaths were decided as follows. Trial 1. Mafia Boss dies and Mustache Girl is blamed for it despite not doing it. Trial 6, the survivors are decided and deal with Snatcher somehow. Trial 5, Death Wish activates EX, Conductor, and Grooves, and they kill the Owl and Penguin. Who is black is decided by your Deadbird winner. The winner is the killer because they are less likely to resist the urge to kill, as they attacked Hackett in the boss fight with that intention. Trial 3, Hackett dies and gets out to save the world from the apocalypse. Trial 4, Cooking Cat self-destructs because of alpine plants. Later changed when I noticed that the Lazy Pog gang enemies inhabit the Alps and are unaffected, thus not going into a frenzy like the Ghost did. The concept was reworked after I finished Trial 3. So, Trial 4, Cooking Cat was originally supposed to self-destruct, not get eaten by plants. Basically, the purple fog was supposed to send them into a frenzy, but because I noticed that the cats from the Alps weren't affected, I couldn't use that concept anymore.
So you had to think of something else quick.
Yes. Trial 2. Caw kills the Badge Seller because that's all who's left, and Badge Seller is much less likely to do it. The finalists were already decided, and these 2 are not finalists. So, Trial 2. There's no one left. Caw and Badge Seller have to kill each other in some way.
Trial 2, the filler chapter.
Yes.
Which is a bit early to have the filler episode.
Yeah, but that's how the cookie wound up crumbling. Based on how I went about things. So yeah, the trial order was trials 1, 6, 5, 3, 4, and then 2. And trials 4 and 2 are the most, like, filler in terms of how they wound up panning out. Right. Even when I edited the video together for when we played through Chapter 1, I'm not even sure if I got the details right in the editing. Because it's been that long that I didn't remember. So now I have this as a reference. Right, B-plot. The original B-plot was much different, and honestly, it was kind of crap. Or rather, it didn't really exist. Not fully. The original idea was that Hackett would revive outside for reasons I hadn't come up with yet, and save the world from a collapsing time rift causing the apocalypse, likely saving stranded previous culprits and victims from the trials to help along the way. I don't regret dropping this plot. It's not nearly as interesting. So basically, it would have just been Hackett outside in the collapsing time rift, just going through action sequence after action sequence. It probably would have been a playable segment, but even still, it just wasn't that interesting.
Fair enough.
Right. Trial 1. What would you like to know about in Trial 1? Development time. November 17th, 2018 was when the first trial mod started development. That was 7 years ago.
Jeez.
6.5 years ago, actually.
I was going to say, yeah, 6.5, but still.
That was so long.
I was young back then.
You were young and not tortured by Marge jokes at that point.
Yeah, precisely. How many years have I gained?
How many gray hairs have you gotten because of Marge? Moving on, I need to recover from my Marge addiction. Alright, so November 17th, 2018 was when the first trial mod started development and was released June 10th of 2019, about 205 days, almost 7 months later. Each trial afterward did not take nearly as long, thanks to the foundation already being there. Because Trial 1 needed the courtroom there, and all of the stuff and the Kismet and everything set up, and all the sprites needed to be done, Trial 1 took the longest out of all the trials to make, specifically because the foundation for everything was not there yet. Which is also a major contributing factor as to why, when I made Cutting the Branches, I stayed with the Hat and Time editor, because the foundation for what I needed was already there.
Yeah.
I thought you were about to say something else.
No, I get it entirely. It's the reason why, like, game engines don't change too often, because people have them and they know how to use them.
Yep. And while it took me a while to figure out how to make the Hat and Time editor sing for me, and it did eventually happen. I'll sing some sour notes every now and then, but even still. It took a while to figure out what direction to go with the plot, and I honestly hadn't expected at that point to actually make more than one trial because of how exhausting it was to make, combined with low expectations of approval. Afterwards, I started attempting to iron out the plot points and figure out what I was doing. Okay, I think I said this before, but now we have confirmation on this. Chapter 1 was made as a standalone, without anything else surrounding it, intended to actually go forward with this as if it was a series, specifically because I expected no one to care. Because every project and mod I make, no one cares.
Meanwhile, I saw it and thought, oh, that sounds awesome, and downloaded it immediately upon seeing it.
I think you and several other people playing through the mod and me seeing those playthroughs on YouTube is a major contributing factor as to why I kept going, in combination with Trial 1 getting so much praise, so many comments, and so many thumbs ups. That's like, it was a massive inspiration to me. And I'm not sure if anyone really gets that because of how not good at talking to people I am. But it really did mean a lot to me, especially with consideration of exactly what I was going through at the time. I think I was still in college by that point, and I was working on Reverse Fantasy, which was supposed to be like a satire of the fantasy genre, and...
I remember, and your friends just weren't reading it.
My friends said they'd read it and never did. And it just wound up being so sad and discouraging because these are people I valued that were not valuing me. And it hurt my feelings really bad.
Yeah.
So, that's a major contributing factor, as I know you say that I should make my own thing. And yeah, I probably should, but it doesn't get me approval. It doesn't get me anything. It hasn't got me anything for ever. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's also one of those things of, sometimes you shouldn't be aiming for the approval. You should be aiming for your own approval, for doing something that you want to do yourself.
I mean, I never really strike for anyone else's approval but my own, but even still, I get tired of being alone. Does that make sense? Like, if I were trying to chase trends, we would not have me barfing out Marge joke after Marge joke after Marge joke like I did. We would not be having most of the jokes that I throw at you. We would not have someone wiping out on the snowboard and then getting disappointed glances from Granny Puckett. We would not have Hunter from Spyro saying that he needs to go catch the monkeys, followed by Yumi from Ape Escape running around with a butterfly net, chasing everything. And we would not have Pepsi Marge. We would not have
Pepsi Marge.
That's still one of my favorite Marge jokes, Pepsi Marge.
Pepsi Marge.
We would not have Octavian saying, I haven't seen girls this hot since the last time I went to prom. We would not have all those other jokes of a similar ilk if it wasn't for the fact that I'm trying to make something that appeals to me. I'm not shooting for... Well, I'm not... I want other people to give me attention, but when it comes to what I'm actually doing, I'm not... It's not the... I'm not saying it right, but I think you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think so.
So, yeah, with Trial 1, I made that specifically thinking it wouldn't take off, and when it did, I put most of my free time into it to try and continue it and see it through to the end. Another factor for that is because there are so many projects that never see the end of that never get to the end because whoever made it just got burnt out or whatever, and they just don't finish it. Like, back when I was on Newgrounds all the time, I kept looking to see if Super Mario Bros. Z was ever going to finish, and it never continued. It's like, come on. So, a lot of series that I was into just never finished. I didn't want my series to fall under that category either.
And honestly, that's a good way to be. It's one of those, it's one of those, you know you want to finish, and you know other people, you want you to finish it too. But, so you need to be able to pace yourself to be able to finish it. So you don't burn yourself out on it.
When it comes to me, I burn myself out all the time. I just bum rush my way through the burnout. I was exhausted with CTV by the time we got to Trial 5.
Oh, I remember.
I don't remember how I was acting at the time. How was I acting at the time? Was I just grouchy?
A little grouchy, honestly.
Alright, back to Trial 1 and the early installment weirdness. I managed to incorporate certain awkward moments related to Beta into later trials before Beta became a huge focus in Trial V3. Trial 1 still kind of breaks the fourth wall and treats Beta like Beta instead of an alternate timeline. The foreshadowing for the traitors was intentional though, and not to be mistaken as early installment weirdness. I felt like I could use that for a later trial if I managed to make more. So even though I was making the thing as if it was a standalone, that's the one thing that wasn't. Was basically the concept for Trial 5.
Yeah.
Filler. I've considered Trials 1 and 2 to be filler that doesn't really move the plot forward. It's testing the waters before Trial V3. Trial 1 tests the concept, Trial 2 tests how well I can write drama. Yeah, Trials 1 and 2 do feel like filler.
No, Trial 1 is not filler. You can never say Episode 1 is filler. Episode 1 is the god introduction. Episode 2, yeah, compared to the rest, it does feel like filler, but also still the very beginning, so...
Personally, I prefer not to have any filler, But we needed to get rid of Ka and the badge seller by that point.
Yeah.
We need to destroy this bird and this random person, whoever this is.
Yeah, you needed to basically make two people which didn't have the most established personality. So.
And then I killed one of them off and made them smart.
And honestly, given how you did it, I think you did it right.
Yay, Ka being smart was a good thing.
Yes, it may be like the filler episode, not quite as good as the rest, but the rest are really solid, which is what. So it's like the bottom of the bar is still a high bar.
Yeah, and at least the filler episode that wasn't good didn't happen in between the better parts, because that probably would have soured things.
Yeah, maybe. I get what you mean.
Trial 2's bug issue. Trial 1 had Konromi's string comparison script. It checks if two strings are the same or not, which makes the Hangman's Gambit part work. And when making Trial 2, I transferred everything from Trial 1 over, but the scripts didn't cooperate. So a crash bug I couldn't identify was stuck in the trial. The cause was the scripts not transferring, so I used nodes from Trial 1's scripts, but didn't figure that out, so the crashing was caused by Trial 2's dependency on Trial 1's scripts and nodes. This is only an issue if you don't have Trial 1 installed. I always had it installed in my mods folder, so I never ran into the bug trying to locate it. Someone recommended temporarily removing Trial 1 from the mod folder and testing the level. Immediately the issue was identified and Trial 2's page says beforehand, Trial 1 required. This critical bug was in the mod and impossible to figure out for about a month, which I think killed the series' momentum. Because of this bug, timers were reworked to not kill you for failure, but reward you for success from Trial V3 forward. And the only reason I figured out just how bad of an issue it was because I saw someone, that person being Bippy, streaming it and having to deal with the level repeatedly crashing. I didn't know how bad it was until I saw the damage firsthand. Trial V3 and probably even 4 have an unidentifiable crash bug, but the timers don't kill you, so aside from finishing the level, there's no crashing. It's the best me and the Hat in Time Discord could do. What would you like to know about this trial category? The background is different. Most people don't seem to notice that the courtroom is different from Trial 1's. Both use Dead Bird Boss Arena backgrounds, but they use different directors' backgrounds. One was Grooves, 2 was Conductors. I think I went over that in Trial 2. When we actually played through it.
Yeah.
Logic Dive. This segment was annoying as the physics didn't really want to cooperate the way I'd hoped, and I had to choose between solid and slidable but also able to be stood on, meaning there's no intensity and you can stand there forever to make your decision, or only move forward but bounce a lot, which forced you forward but was pretty janky. I regretted making it so long with so much nothing in it. Yeah, I think I said before that the Logic Dive segment from 2 was one of my least favorites.
Yeah, you've said that a few times.
Right, leftovers. The general topic of choice of who to kill and when stated that Trial 2 was the last one I made a concept for. The two that died were The two that died that trial were leftovers I didn't know what to do with. I had so much trouble trying to think of how to make it play out because of this. Eventually I said, okay, let's see if Danganronpa can help me. 5 seconds later. Thank you, insert Danganronpa Trial 1 spoilers here. The first motive of the first game worked exceptionally well considering what I knew about the Ka agents. This gave me something to work with as a motive for why it happened. After that, I had a much easier time. If Trial 2 feels like it borrows a lot from DR games, it probably does, and this is why. So basically, I stole the Sayaka Mizuno one from the first trial of Danganronpa 1, and gave it to Ka as his motivation to kill the badge seller. Back to the category select, more options. Trial V3. What would you like to know about in this category? Background and music. The backgrounds are boss arenas from Gex 2, another cartoony platformer. I failed to fit the tech theme of V3, along with having some intense soundtracks that I want to use on an experiment to see if it would go well with Trial V3. Response was, "This music is awesome, where did it come from?"
Yeah.
I'm surprised no one played Gex to know where that came from. Hey. And Wheel of Hangman. Hangman V3 was meant to be a combo of version 1 and version 2 of the minigame. The bonus round of Wheel of Fortune wound up being the end result, and I decided to roll with it because it was hilarious. The sound effects I used for it was from my gameplay footage I recorded of PS1 Wheel of Fortune from the game's intro. So yeah, back when I recorded myself playing games with no commentary, I played PS1 Wheel of Fortune. And I wound up using the audio from that for the sound effect that plays before Hangman's Gambit starts.
Fair enough.
Alright, the C plot. This was going to be a comedy thing showing that Hatty was on Earth at the time dealing with all of Earth's time-destroying crap. The idea was, well, if I like crossovers, other people probably too, right? Hindsight is 2020. It was a good thing I didn't go through with that crossover skit in the end. Another idea was to use that concept for a short April Fool's trial demo. It was October, so that wasn't going to happen, no matter how much I wanted Kumar to shoot people in court with a megaphone. I forgot about the idea until March 20th the next year. Well, that sucks. I was not going to be able to make an entire trial within the time span of 10 days.
Yeah.
But we wound up getting trial another episode, so it wound up happening, just not as an April Fool's joke.
Bit poor planning, but hey, what can you do?
Yeah. Fire Emblem style sprites, I think we just went over this. There are two reasons I wanted Fire Emblem style sprites for the B-plot, but mostly the second reason. One, I wanted to try tracing the characters over different portraits in a different style to see how it would turn out. When a few of them came out looking cool, I decided to stick with it for that section of plot. I was getting tired of tracing over poses of the character models to make new sprites. This is actually why Conductor, the Nomad, and Minion have more sprites than Grooves and Mustache Girl. Grooves has a lot of details to trace by comparison to the Minion, and standard trace jobs are already very boring. 2. The support conversations. I wanted characters besides Hackett to have conversations with one another without Hackett having to be there listening in. The Fire Emblem style boosted it a bit. This was kind of like free time, but in the B-plot with characters that have already died. I wanted the other characters to do their own thing without Hackett having to be there and starting yourself in everyone's lives. I don't know how to explain it properly, but I don't want it feeling like the world revolves around the main character, if that makes sense. Like, in Danganronpa, there's the free time events, but you're always stuck playing as the main character, interacting with the other character, so you don't really get to see the group dynamic, you know?
Yeah. No, I get that.
And while
it's literally a single-person perspective kind of thing, which, while works for the game, it's also one of those kind of sad because you can't then see the proper third person's perspective of being, you know, the outside.
Like, when you're playing a game like Mass Effect and you're talking with Garrus or Tali all the time, you, as Shepard, are getting to talk to them, but you never walk in on them having conversations with other characters. You know?
Yeah. Unless it's specifically scripted, like when you walk in on Tali and Garrus talking to themselves and three.
Yeah, I think Mass Effect 3 alleviated that problem by comparison to 1 and 2, where the squad mates basically never interact with each other.
Even then, it was a case of they were still, like, scripted events of you come across them talking to each other about this.
Yeah, and the conversation usually doesn't even last that long anyway. Alright, voice work. I never thought this would ever happen, and I am indescribably grateful for it. Though this being my first time in this situation, it doesn't go 100% smoothly. Oh, you know about that. Even during this recording session, I have whined so much. I am socially awkward and self-deprecating to an infuriating degree. Asking people for help is hard because I butcher my words often and generally don't feel my achievements merit anything because imposter syndrome, it kinda sucks. Basically, if tripping over my own words didn't kill the momentum with that, the laundry list of confidence issues would. I think I've gotten better with my confidence issues, but they are still present.
Oh yeah, you've definitely gotten better.
2. I asked for the lines later than I should have. I said that I suck at social interaction, so I asked someone I had more confidence in to handle that part of asking people. Okay, I need to re-say that because that came out very janky. I said that I suck at social interaction, so I asked someone I had more confidence in to handle the part of asking people. That was a mistake since it was my project and they had their own crap to worry about over my crap. So I started scrambling to get VAs to do the voice work, having no idea what the heck I was doing. Anxiety happened. Yay. 3. I had no idea what I was doing or how to go about asking people stuff. You know what sounds like something a normal person is good at? DMing people out of the blue and not feeling weird and awkward like they're annoying everyone. I am not a normal person, though. I don't know how other people are able to do that, where they can just DM someone out of the blue and not be bothered by it. When I do it, it's like I'm worried that I'm annoying them.
Don't worry, I know plenty of people that can just do it out of nowhere. It is a unique type of skill for some.
Right.
No, hold on. I know it even worse. People that are able to just do a voice call on Discord out of the blue, out of nowhere.
Oh, that would give me anxiety.
Because they absolutely hate sending DMs.
Oy.
I know he won't. I know he will never see this, but he knows if he does.
Who is it? Is it Baron or something?
No, it doesn't matter.
We're moving on. Alright. Basically, this was a new social battle that I had been basically underleveled for. The anxiety of screwing up a sentence because it could be interpreted wrong, like sarcasm, which I don't do via messaging because that would be painfully unclear. Waiting for lines and the whole thing falling apart because I couldn't fill all the 20-ish roles was a lot more difficult to handle than anything in the editor, that's for sure. So yeah, the voice work situation, long story short, anxiety incarnate. It was anxiety incarnate. Alright, Trial 5. What would you like to know about? Alright, there's only 3 parts left. Burnout. I've been working on these trials since November 2018. I'm getting a bit burnt out on Danganronpa. I still want to finish the mod, preferably ASAP, but I noticed that I'm starting to reference other non-DR things more often, starting around Trial V3. This trial, though, has the most of it. And then we got to Trial 6, which proved that wrong.
Yeah.
Considering that that's the introduction to Coco Yes noises.
Yeah.
Right.
And we know that rabbit hole all too well.
Yay! Nico's asking about puberty. Because I ruined their childhood. One of my favorite jokes from Cutting the Branches when it came to the Coco Yes noises thing was when Nico was asking Gramble, what's porn? Go ask your mom. And then eventually when they changed the channel and it's Coco Yes, and it's like, that's what porn is. Like, oh god, I ruined Nico's childhood.
Yeah. Just poor Nico.
God, what's wrong with me and everything else?
Yeah.
Moving on. Alright, so I'm sure a lot of people are going to be asking about this, so I'll address it. I'm certain you're expecting the answer to be up to the audience's interpretation. That's a safe assumption, and a relatively safe but kind of unsatisfying answer as to which route of the two is canon. Between the conductor route and the grooves route.
Yeah.
But it's not the answer. If you want to what I feel, as the mod developer, is the canon route, I do know which one I'd pick. Before I say it, I'll explain my 3 reasons. Preference, which route has the better characterization for the birds according to me, the game's development history, aka who the original intended boss was, and workability. Can I use them in the plot more or less based on the route? So, from what I could gather, the original version of the boss fight took place in Grooves' club. The map for the Deborah boss is called djgrooves_boss.u map. Both of the arenas are in this file. Even the Death Switch version uses Grooves' name. Based on this, it's more than likely that the intended boss is Grooves. In terms of which route I prefer the characterizations of, I like my characters the opposite of my color palette. Gray. If Conductor wins, he's a point-blank peckneck with no redeeming qualities, while Grooves becomes the embodiment of good. That's pretty black and white. The interpretations become more gray and complex if Grooves wins, since he's been nice the whole time, but now he's betrayed you and is trying to stab you, while Conductor has been a jerk the whole time, but is now trying to help you when you're about to die. It's hard to interpret, but that's because they're gray now. Lastly is workability. Between Grooves and Conductor, Conductor has a lot more for me to work with, so preferably as he lives in this plot. Grooves barely changed throughout the game's development history from what I can gather compared to Conductor. There's also the part where we're in Danganronpa and Conductor is a part of a murder mystery level, and thanks to the DLC, we got that he cares about his family members. I can't say I got as much as this to work with for Grooves. So yeah, if you ask me which of these two canonically dies in Trial 5, the answer is Grooves. I know a lot of Grooves fans are going to hate me for that, but I have my reasons. I'm pretty sure a few of you wanted a concrete answer. Basically, canon route, it's like, if I don't give an answer, it's not going to be satisfying because we kind of have to have an answer. Just being told, up to the audience's interpretation, I don't like that. I don't know why some game developers go with that as an answer. Make your own story. It's like, no, I want an answer. Give it to me.
Yeah.
Like, telling me to come up with what canonically happens instead of telling me what canonically happens is basically the same thing as telling me to write the story myself. It's like, no.
No, that's your job.
Right. Cheat code parts canon. Something I needed an explanation for was Hatty, who appeared in the credits of the older build of Hat in Time's Alpha and Beta builds. Hat Kid, but older, being a well-known character of older builds pretty much meant she had to be somewhere when everything crazy started happening at once. The explanation I came up with as early as Trial 2 or V3 was, she's on Earth dealing with that entire mess. A mess of which involves crossing over with a bunch of other games that cover time travel or connect to Danganronpa or Hat in Time or are platformers like Hat in Time, or have some kind of reasonable enough connection. Originally, the post-trial joke scenes were going to be this, but it came out like generic crappy fanfiction. Now it's generic crappy fanfiction, but we skip to the part that's good. To answer the initial question, yes, Hatty in the context of Trigger Hatty Havoc plot is on Earth in a crossover segment until she gets to make an appearance in the final episode to deal with this. Whether or not she can fix absolutely everything, only one way to know, I guess, but erasing everything back to normal would mean that in the grand scheme of the plot, nothing really happens. But that's not happily ever after. Otherwise, so... but that's not happily ever after otherwise, so kinda a double-edged sword, huh? Nope, I can't please everyone, so I guess I'll just write and see what happens, I guess. Basically, if we have the time travel plot fix absolutely everything, then that means that all the stuff we went through doesn't have any real consequence. But if I don't do that, then we wind up with a situation where... Excuse me.
Where it's a bit meh.
Yeah. Like, you know the ending to Life is Strange?
No, I've never played it.
Okay, so Life is Strange has two endings. You make a crap ton of choices prior to it, but ultimately they don't matter. Because you have two choices at the end, and that dictates your ending. And nothing else matters at all in regards to the ending, aside from that one choice.
Wait, so they pulled a Mass Effect?
Basically. I thought I told you about that, but basically.
Alright, suit themselves.
So, the thing that winds up happening in Life is Strange is that, your two endings are, do you go back in time, let Chloe die, but save everyone else in Arcadia Bay, or do you not do that, continue forward, but let everyone get destroyed in a tornado? So, do we erase everything we did to fix everything, or do we continue on with our choices in spite of the fact that everything is broken?
So who do you value more, your friend or the...
I guess it's not the best example, but even then, Chloe sucks, so I never pick her. Chloe's just a problem all of the time, and everyone knows it.
Everyone knows it.
Chloe is one of the most divisive and frustrating characters in the game because she acts like a problem teenager. Because she is a problem teenager.
Hmm.
And I think I went over her being a problem teenager and cutting the branches at one point.
Oh, you've done it a few times.
Yay! I about things all the time. Incessantly. Anyways, the thing I was trying to get at with this was basically the double-edged sword of, do you have a happy ending, but you erased everything that you've done prior, or do you have an ending where things are more broken, but your choices mattered, was what I was getting at. Because in one instance, you're basically rewinding time and preventing any of your decisions from happening prior, whereas with the other one, time is moving forward, but everything gets destroyed. Either way. So yeah, the cheat code parts are canon. Alright, this trial's got cheats. We went over that, and that. Okay. Alright, so... I guess I will end it off on this screen. Anything else we want to talk about while we're here?
I can't think of anything initially. It's getting quite late for me.
Yeah, it's probably like 11 o'clock over there.
It is.
Alright, and with that, I guess we're done.
So who do you want to survive this trial?
Well, we already know what the canon route is, and I think I already know which one you want. Because I think you prefer Conductor over Grooves.
Wait, did you say Grooves is the canon route?
Conductor is the canon route, that's the one that I prefer, and I think you agree too.
Yeah.
Sorry, Grooves.
Yeah, he was always a more fun character.
Conductor is a dick to everybody around him. Conductor is a pecker to everyone around him. There we go, I found a way to make that work.
Ah! I mean, it kind of puts the intern peck neck into an entire different perspective.
Yay, Wang jokes. I heard that pecker also has a different meaning of slang over in Britain. Is it really slang for both the wang and the nose, depending on who you talk to? Or is that just a weird thing I read online that doesn't actually make sense?
I don't know it meaning the nose.
That's probably just some weird thing I saw online by the AI generation that didn't make sense. Because I've only ever heard anyone use the term pecker as an offensive way of saying dick.
Maybe it might do in a different part of England. The thing you gotta remember is that we get a new language every 5 miles. Just like we have a new accent every 5 miles. Like, you try and get, like, a Yorkshireman to speak to someone from Liverpool, and then bring someone from Manchester into the mix, and then maybe someone from Cornwall, and...
I don't live in Britain, so I don't really know. Most people that are in my general vicinity all speak the same accent.
Well, let's just say you might need interpreters. The British might need interpreters amongst one another on occasion.
Is that why the PAL region always comes packaged with 7 different languages for every video game?
Honestly, quite possible.
Yeah, the PAL region of each game I've seen, it's like, alright, do you want the language in French, German, Spanish, English, Italian, or... like, it comes packed with so many different languages, it's like, oh my goodness.
I mean, that's just Europe in general, having all the different languages.
Yeah. Whereas America, everyone speaks English, and some of them don't even speak it that good.
Yeah, as long as they understand it amongst themselves, that's technically all language is.
Yeah. Language is a construct made by society. It's why we wind up with so many weird slang terms. It's gonna be interesting working with Conductor's character again for the next project. Did I tell you that Conductor in the next project is going to be the same one here from Trigger Hatty Havoc?
Oh, I figured. Which is why he's gonna be like, why the fuck am I here again? Sorry, let me rephrase that. Why the heck am I here again?
That depends on if I throw him in another killing game. We'll see how that goes. Because I'm not sure if I'm gonna throw another one of those at him. Though considering that he already went through the events of Trigger Hatty Havoc, he starts at a higher level than most of the other characters who start at level 1. Because he's already been through some crap and gone through a bit of character development.
Yeah.
He is now less uncooperative with those around him, but he's still a dick. Alright, anyways. I guess I'm gonna turn the recording off, and we will see everyone later.
Later, everyone!